Hi there. Thanks for listening. If you like Christian romance, be sure to check out the rest of the books on my channel. They're all listed in playlists by series. If you could subscribe to my page and comment down below if you enjoy it, it would mean so much to me. I Promise You. Book 6 in the Mountain Promise series. By Mallory Ford. Chapter 1. Bre Taylor fidgeted with the fringe on her frayed jean shorts as she shifted her weight atop the plastic-coated patient bed in Micah Kane's medical clinic. The paper crinkled under her, but at least she'd been able to put her normal clothes back on after her checkup. Taking the little plastic cup to the restroom for a sample was always a little humbling, but it was the hope for a good report from the doctor that had her legs bouncing as they dangled. Judging by the waiting room, Micah and his nurse practitioner seemed swamped that day. She'd only been waiting for 20 minutes when a soft knock at the door sounded and Micah stepped through. He wore a stark white lab coat with a prescription pad and pens peeking out the top, his wedding ring on his hand and stethoscope around his neck the only other adornments. "Hey there, Bre," Micah said with a smile. She'd gotten to know him and his wife, Sarah, through church, but he'd been a true godsend in the past 6 months. "Your labs are all trending in the direction we'd like to see, and I hope that means you're feeling better too. Your urine sample was clear too, which is always a good thing with your condition." He took a seat on the wheeled stool across the room and made a few taps on his tablet to pull up her chart. Unfortunately, kidney damage was one of the greatest threats to her health, but so far there hadn't seemed to be any. "The medicine has made me feel like myself again," Bre said honestly. She sighed deeply, grateful for how drastic her improvements had been. "I know it was stronger than you'd have liked at my age, but I'm pain-free most days minus some general stiffness in my shoulders and hips. The rashes have gotten much more manageable too, and I can cover them with makeup. As long as I'm not in the sun too long, I feel pretty good." Framed puzzles hung along the wall, puzzles Micah's nurse, Marcy, liked to do with her grandchildren when they came to visit. One was an ocean with a dolphin leaping out while another boasted woods looking for all the world like the ones surrounding Reindeer Pass in the national park. A third showed 2 little girls on a swing set, the sun lighting them from behind in a bit of a golden halo. "I'm glad to hear it. You're a rheumatologist, and I will go over these labs as well, but I see no need to change anything we've been doing. Lupus is chronic and lifelong, but there are new medications coming out all the time and medical advancements happen every year in the field of autoimmune illnesses. I'm glad you came to me when you did, but I hate you'd been suffering in silence for so long." Truly, Micah Kane was the most compassionate doctor she'd ever had. For years, she'd noticed pain and stiffness in her joints, skin rashes, headaches, nausea, and a whole host of other systemic issues having no obvious root cause. The doctors she'd seen in the next town over hadn't been helpful, chalking it up to anxiety and the general perils of being a woman. Well, that was until she'd landed in the hospital in an adrenal crisis due to the man's negligence. Micah had rounded on her in the hospital along with her friend, Harper, a nurse who'd pushed her to go see him for well over a year. He'd pulled one of the chairs close to her bed, exchanging a worried glance with Harper as he'd gone over her labs. Immediately, he'd told her he suspected lupus, and he'd like to take over her case if she'd allow it. He never spoke ill of the other doctors she'd been seeing, but she'd reached the point where her pride could no longer drive her decision-making. Ever since, they'd confirmed her diagnosis, connected with a rheumatologist who helped guide Micah in her treatment, and made her feel vindicated after years of being convinced it was all in her head. He and her rheumatologist in Bozeman had run a battery of tests to rule out other illnesses and ultimately settled on the diagnosis. They tried a different medication first, but the infusion he'd switched her to was by far the most effective treatment, allowing her to feel like herself again. It is what it is. "I'm glad I can finally do my job without worrying I won't be able to get out of bed the next day." Granted, her bed was a cot at the shelter, but Micah didn't know that. The one downside of her infusion was its cost. That, combined with the other current strain on her finances, meant sacrificing her small apartment for the sake of freeing up more cash flow. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. The ceiling had an old water leak she'd fixed, but hadn't managed to scrape together the funds to repair the mold. Other than that, her cheap apartment hadn't been much nicer. Good. I'll let you head over to the infusion room and let Marcy know you're ready. By the time Bre made it over to the stiff faux leather recliner where they administered the medication infusions, her stomach started growling. Limiting her food was another unfortunate necessity for the time being, but it was worth it for the ability to avoid constant pain. At least, she'd have a chance to read her book during the infusion, taking her mind off the roiling in her stomach to remind her she missed breakfast. She'd had black coffee, free of the hazelnut creamer she'd once loved due to cutting every dollar she could, but it didn't exactly stick to the ribs. "Good morning, sweetheart," Marcy, the sweet gray-haired nurse, said as she bustled in with a tray on wheels and an 4-bag of her medication solution. "How are you feeling?" This room was mostly devoid of decor, but it did have a television often turned to the news. There were 3 chairs in here, but she'd never seen anyone else even close to her age. All the brochures advertising medications and therapies for different conditions also sported long grade models and verbiage about picking up grandchildren. "1,000 times better," Bre said honestly. "I'm so grateful." Despite the fact the infusion room told her how young she was compared to most of the patients who frequented it, she couldn't bring herself to be upset about it. Like Micah said, there were new therapies coming out all the time, and it wouldn't help her one bit to worry about having to pull out the big guns so early. The Lord didn't give a spirit of fear, so she refused to manufacture one. Somehow, it was far easier to see her own issues from that perspective than those of her loved ones. Marcy beamed, the skin around her eyes wrinkling pleasantly as she did. "That makes me so happy. Praise Jesus for the medical advancements he has allowed man to make." It was nearly lunchtime when Bre stepped out the door of Micah's clinic, the sun bright and warm on her face in its late August glow. In Montana, it would no doubt get cooler quickly, but she'd enjoy it while it lasted. Well, as long as she could with the sun being a major trigger for lupus flares. A few minutes didn't bother her, but spending hours in the sun like she'd once done on the banks of the town's mountain lake wasn't as accessible as it had once been. Paying for the visit hadn't been cheap, but it never was. Her lack of insurance was the main problem, as she technically made too much to qualify for the subsidized plans. Never mind the vast majority of those funds went straight out the door, they meant she received no help. With a deep breath, Bre closed her eyes and once again forced down the burgeoning worry in her gut at the thought of her dwindling bank account. "You've provided this far," she muttered in a sincere prayer. "I'll have to trust you'll continue to do so." She hadn't heard the footsteps of what had to be a body much larger than hers until her closed eyes detected the shadow fall over her. Her eyes flew open to find the last person she'd prefer to see that afternoon, Hunter Banks. He wore a suit, a fancy one at that, but still managed to look infuriatingly handsome with his tie slightly loosened and his brown hair tousled as though he'd run a hand through it in frustration. He hadn't crowded her space, but he might as well have with the thick blanket of tension surrounding them. "Hey, Bre," he said as he stood still and sure as though her stomach didn't turn flips in his imposing presence. "I've been trying to catch you after church, but it seems like you're avoiding me." The memory of their argument at Paws and Claws, the animal shelter she ran and currently lived at, crashed into her like a wave onto the sand. "That's because I am, and I'd hate to break my streak now." "Have the day you deserve, Hunter." As she started to step around him, Hunter placed a hand in front of her. "Wait, I want to apologize for going off on you. It was wrong, it was none of my business, and I was a grade A jerk for doing it." His chocolate brown eyes oozed sincerity, but could she believe him? He patronized and belittled her, albeit maybe unintentionally, when he'd seen the cot she slept on in the storage room. The vein in his forehead had about popped free as he'd judged her situation while knowing none of the facts, and the fight had been the stuff of legends. He dropped his hand and shrugged his shoulders, gaze dropping to the ground. My brother says I have a hero complex, but I really hate to see anyone fall on hard times if I can possibly help them. I just found out some tough news, but that's no excuse. Bre studied him, scrutinizing the truth of his words, no doubt. She'd find no dishonesty there, as in the 3 weeks since they'd argued at the animal shelter, he'd been trying desperately to apologize. He'd even gone to Paws and Claws twice, but both times she'd been out with a sign on the door saying she'd be back soon. Lauren could have helped him out, but she'd made it abundantly clear just how much he'd messed up with her friend and how he could fix it all on his own. Fair enough, honestly. I mean it, Bre. I won't give any excuses. I had no right to speak to you the way I did. Honestly, it had been a wild week between Lauren's kids going missing after arts camp, but he'd also gotten a call from Max's social worker that had rocked his world and broken his heart. Max Greenfield was a 9-year-old boy Hunter had first bonded with through the Big Brother program at a community center in Bozeman. He lived in a rundown house on the edge of town with parents who barely cared what he was up to as long as it didn't affect them. They were addicts, and Hunter had compassion, but it only went so far when he saw how their choices affected their son. I can explain what happened, but standing in a parking lot isn't really the place to do that. All of a sudden, Bre's stomach growled with a ferocity that had him wishing she'd let him stock her an entire week's worth of good, nourishing food. Not that she had room for it in her makeshift office bedroom, but he wanted to nonetheless. Why don't you let me take you to lunch as an apology? I'm hungry too, and a growing boy has to keep up his strength. He winked, doing his best to diffuse the tension crossing her face when her stomach had first growled. Her eyes flitted between him and the clinic's door. Aren't you here for an appointment? Nope. I'm here to pick up some files for a case. She'd probably put together that it was Gloria's case, but he couldn't come right out and say it. If you'll give me 10 minutes, I'll be happy to drive us. It took every bit of self-control he had not to let his gaze flick to her hunk of junk truck with the shelter's logo on the side. There was no way that thing had had proper servicing, but mentioning it would absolutely render him a fight and no lunch date. I hope you're not sick. Bre shifted her weight from one foot to the other, her long dark hair pulled into a messy bun atop her head. It was shiny and clean despite the clear lack of effort she'd taken, but she didn't need a bit of effort to be beautiful. Bre had olive skin with the dark hair to go with it, dark blue eyes almost navy with tiny flecks of white almost making them sparkle when the sun hit them just right. She was average height with an athletic build, though Jeff said she'd clearly lost weight in the months since Lauren started working there. He'd like to do something about that, but baby steps were all he could take if he had any hope of rekindling the spark of a friendship they'd started to build when he'd first arrived. Fine, she said as she checked the time on her watch. I've got 1 hour and I've been craving a pesto chicken melt from the bakery. My one rule is we don't talk about anything related to my current living quarters or wellness, or basically anything about me. Deal? This woman. She'd either be the source of his greatest frustration or a girl he could easily fall for, maybe both. You drive a hard bargain, but deal. Chapter 2. Bre hopped out of Hunter's SUV in front of the Reindeer Pass bakery, a little awed at how stark a contrast the thing was to her beat-up old truck. It was black with polished chrome finishes, heated leather seats with fancy stitching like you saw on commercials, a touchscreen for navigation and radio usage, and surely another 100 bells and whistles, bringing it to a grand total of more than she'd make in a year. Those seats will be nice in the winter snow. It would. That much she couldn't deny. Still, Hunter looked uncomfortable as they climbed the steps to the bakery's porch. He shrugged, his eyes shifting towards the ground. I'm actually planning on selling it. I bought it from one of my old partners in New York because they all thought a lawyer at a prestigious law firm should look the part. He chuckled, shaking his head. My partner in Bozeman couldn't care less what I drive. I've been a little busy since I moved here and haven't taken the time to trade it in. What must it be like to have the freedom to sell $100,000 car? Every night she went to sleep on a rickety old cot, her very bones aching after the work she put in all day, and her stomach growling due to having to ration her tiny grocery budget. Wow, I'm not really even sure how to respond to that. The chasm between their lives just widened, as though it hadn't already been comparable to the Grand Canyon. They paused in front of the door, Hunter placing his hand on the doorknob and staring down at her with sincerity dripping from his chocolate brown eyes. "I'm not the guy you've set me up to be in your head, Bre. I promise, I'm not some fancy guy who needs chrome finishes to be happy. I'm a guy who used to work for an expensive law firm and chose to move back to Montana to be closer to my family. I've made money in my life, and I won't pretend I haven't, but it doesn't own me." Why did it even matter what she thought? Sure, they'd flirted a little at a lunch up at the resort. There'd been a moment after they found Lauren's boys where she thought he might kiss her, but he owed her nothing. Honestly, she had far too much going on in her life to worry about a relationship anyway. "You don't have anything to prove to me. We're friends, right? I can be friends with people who live differently than I do." Maybe the understatement of the century, but it wasn't wrong. Hunter didn't respond before sighing and opening the bakery door. As always, it was cheery with Christian music playing over the radio and the pastry cases filled to the brim with delicious-looking cookies, cupcakes, muffins, scones, cinnamon rolls, and a dozen other confections. Before she'd had to tighten her budget, Bre was a frequent visitor at the bakery. Becca, Sarah, and Hannah were absolute magicians with flavors and textures, and the place reminded her of baking with her grandma in the kitchen she'd grown up in. Grandma died when Bre was in college, the cancer eating away at her bones until she was barely able to breathe without pain, but she'd baked with Bre until she absolutely couldn't anymore. The Reindeer Pass Bakery wasn't anything like her grandparents' dated kitchen, but the smells transported her back in time. Sometimes, before she left, she'd sit at a table and inhale the memories, blinking back tears at how easy life used to be. Jace, the local sheriff, leaned over one of the counters to give his wife, Hannah, a quick kiss with a to-go bag and a donut box in his hand. "Have a good day, love, but rest when you can. It's not good for you or the baby to get too tired." Wait, Hannah was pregnant? How had Bre not realized that? Apparently, the rock she'd been living under included town gossip as well as current events. If it didn't pertain to animal welfare in town, her grandfather, or managing her lupus, she'd more or less placed her hands over her ears and sang loudly to block out the noise. "Hannah, I hadn't heard. Congratulations." The pretty strawberry blonde turned a wide grin on her, her gray t-shirt boasting a rolling pin, whisk, spatula, and a host of other baking tools with the words "Choose your weapon" printed across the bottom. "Thanks. The baby is currently the size of an avocado and will be fine while I work my shifts, but this guy tends to worry." She winked at her husband, the love for him and his protectiveness clear on her face. "I don't think I've met your friend, Bre, but I've seen him around with Jeff and Lauren." "Hi, I'm Hannah Todd." Hunter eyed her gloved hands with a charming grin. "I'd shake your hand, but I'll get a rain check. Hunter Banks, Jeff's smarter, more charming, and better-looking little brother. Let me be the second this morning to offer my congratulations to you and Jace. Good to see you again, man." "Glad it's under different circumstances this time," Jace replied with a wide smile before turning his attention to Hannah and Bre. "The last 2 times we've met have either been due to Lauren's boys going missing in the woods or him collecting case files for Gloria and Kayla's case against Mr. Santos." Hannah nodded, holding up her hand as she moved to the pastry case and took out a cardboard box. "That reminds me. Thank you so much for all your help on the case. Gloria told me you're doing it pro bono, so whatever you want today is on the house." He was doing the case pro bono? It made sense, particularly with his connection to Jeff, but the more puzzle pieces slid into place regarding Hunter Banks, the less she felt like she understood. Even more as the blush rose on his cheeks, it was clear there was nothing about this man who wanted attention brought to his good deeds. "You don't need to do that. I promised Bre I'd take her to lunch, so I can't let her think I'm a cheap date." Hannah's eyes darted between the two of them, grin widening as they bounced. "Okay, Then we'll rain check the free items for the next time you come in, and I'll grab both your lunch orders. Then you two can have your date." She didn't elaborate or ask any questions about Hunter's use of the term date, but Bre couldn't have answered them anyway. Rather than stand in the awkwardness, Bre blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "How's Rufus?" "He's not still peeing on your furniture, is he?" Rufus was an adult cat Jace and Hannah had adopted from the shelter not long after they got married. He was a sweetie pie, but he tended to be uncomfortable in new situations. After he'd peed on 2 different pieces of furniture, Hannah had called Bre to ask for a recommendation for anxiety medication, but she'd not called back since. Still, this wasn't exactly the place to bring it up. As though the abrupt change in topic wasn't awkward and out of nowhere, Hannah grinned. "He's perfect. The medication you recommended got him through the transition, and he cuddles up with me every night on the couch while we watch TV. I think he knew about the baby before I did, as he kept rubbing his face against my stomach. He may have smelled it. Did you know a cat's sense of smell is 14 times better than humans?" Hannah's tendency to spout off random facts about any and all topics was one of Bre's favorite things about her. Not only was the woman brilliant with all things baking, she was brilliant in general. In fact, she'd left her home back east at the top of her class in law school to follow her passion for baking and get out from under her overbearing parents. "You'd think they'd help clean up around the shelter on occasion," Bre joked. "But I'm so glad he's calmed down. He'll be the best big brother." Moments later, after they'd placed their orders and Hannah assured them their food would be right out, Hunter led them back outside to the front porch seating. An umbrella blocked the August sun, a good thing due to its ability to break Bre out in a full body rash, and a light breeze wafted down from the mountain. Hunter sat back in his seat, somehow apparently comfortable despite his suit that probably cost more than her car, and smiled at her. "Thanks for agreeing to come with me today, Bre. I meant it when I said I wanted to apologize, but I'd also like to get to know you better." With a smirk, Bre shook her head. "Nope, the deal was we wouldn't talk about me." Not only did she have no desire to drag Hunter into all her financial and medical woes, but he'd definitely try to fix them. "It's my turn to ask the questions." Bre Taylor was a riddle, but one he was certainly going to enjoy unraveling. Then again, she seemed like the type of woman who'd remain somewhat of an enigma no matter how many layers you peeled back. A lock of her long dark hair had sprung free from her bun on the way over, and his fingers itched to push it back, if only to have an excuse to touch her cheek. He didn't, as he'd probably get his hand stabbed with a fork if he did, but he wanted to. "All right, a deal's a deal. What do you want to know? Why'd you move to Bozeman?" Her question was direct, and, as she took a sip of her soda, her lips pursed around the straw. "New York to Montana is quite the jump. New York's not all it's cracked up to be." If he had any hope of mending fences with this girl, he'd have to be honest. "I worked for one of the biggest family law firms in the city, but I spent most of my days mediating rich estranged spouses who cared more about their multi-million-dollar condos and vacation homes than they did their kids. Some of them cared, of course, but you couldn't afford our firm without being well off." Her brow raised, but he continued. "It all felt so empty. I got into family law because I wanted to help people on their worst days, but none of it felt at all fulfilling. Once I realized I'd drawn up more prenuptial agreements in the past month than I'd done adoptions in my whole career, I sought out an organization focusing on injustice in developing countries. My firm had a generous telework and vacation policy due mostly to the partners' desires to spend their summers in the Hamptons, but it worked out for me." For once, Bre looked pleasantly surprised rather than wary at his admission. "So you donated your time? What kind of cases did you do?" "A little bit of everything. It's always complicated working across borders, but we mostly help their full-time employees navigate red tape related to labor and sex trafficking cases. You have to approach those busts and trials carefully or the perpetrator can go free on a technicality. My job was to tie up every loose end I could possibly find so the organization could focus on helping those people find healing and purpose. I realized each case, while difficult and heartbreaking, brought me more fulfillment than I'd had since I started my law career. Heartbreaking was an understatement, especially since both Hunter and his brother, Jeff, always wanted to fix things for those in need, but it was the reality of how things worked in some places. It was infuriating, while also giving him more purpose and drive than he could have ever imagined living in New York and offering a quick nod to his apartment's doorman every day. In fact, it had been Hunter's doorman, Preston, who had come to him when his daughter had been duped into a bug-infested and mold-ridden apartment. He'd helped get her out of her lease and set up in a new place with her young son for free, realizing once again how little satisfaction he gained from the other cases he worked for big checks. They were momentarily interrupted as Hannah pushed through the front door carrying their plates. "Let me know if y'all need anything," she said in a slightly southern drawl. "We will," Bre replied with a grin as Hannah excused herself. "Do you still work with them?" "Not at the moment, but I'll pick up new cases once we're settled with the practice here. My mom and stepdad live in Bozeman, and Jeff's here in Reindeer Pass. I moved back to do more work like the cases I'm doing with the Montana Valley Women's Shelter. I still work divorces, unfortunately, as that's part of family law, but in my practice, I get to do more work with normal people and try to advocate for what's best for the children in those scenarios. They don't generally have an abundance of assets, so there's not nearly as much to fight over. I also work adoptions, and I've gotten to be closer to my family." Bre took a bite of what looked to be homemade potato chips. "You're full of surprises, Hunter Banks. When I think I've figured you out, you go and throw me a curveball. I'm a fixer. It's both one of my best and worst qualities. I can't stand the idea of someone hurting or lacking when I have the power to fix it. Tenacity is a good thing when we're taking down trafficking rings, but it also means I have a tendency to steamroll." He paused, shoveling in a spoonful of his own macaroni and cheese. It was delicious, creamy and cheesy with the perfect texture of pasta. They ate in silence for a moment, but it was a comfortable silence. "Normally, this is where I'd ask you about yourself, your likes and dislikes, and what made you open the shelter. Since I'm barred from doing so, I'll tell you more about me. I'm 37 years old, I love Thai food, can't stand mayonnaise, and am hoping to get a dog once I get settled in town. I'm also early in the process of trying to adopt an 8-year-old boy out of Bozeman named Max, but the process is long and complicated." If Bre's eyes had widened at his admission to working with the international cases, they were saucers now. "You're adopting a little boy? How'd that come about?" Hunter swallowed the bite of loaded macaroni and cheese he'd taken and washed it down with his water. "I met him shortly after I moved to Bozeman through a Big Brother program at my gym. He's a sweet kid, but he's been dealt a tough hand with his parents. We'd meet up and hang out at the gym, me attempting to play soccer despite my absolutely awful foot/eye coordination. Is he in foster care?" Bre's compassion clearly extended to humans as well, if the misting in her eyes was any indication. "Was he when you met him?" "He wasn't when I met him, but he is now. His parents both landed themselves in prison for drugs, and the aunt and uncle who live somewhat locally are less than ideal caregivers. His social worker is trying. The foster family he's with right now are great, but he deserves a home and a family of his own." "They all do," she said thickly. "I was briefly placed in foster care as a child while they located my grandparents. My dad had run out on my mom, and she died in a car accident when I was 7. She'd basically cut her parents out of her life due to, I don't really know, shame, maybe, at her choices? Anyway, it took nearly a month for the system to track them down here in Montana and get me here from Arizona. I know I'm breaking my rule of not talking about myself, but it's the truth. That must have been so scary for such a little kid, and it reminded him of Max in more ways than one. Turned out, my grandparents were the best thing to ever happen to me. They gave me a home, but more importantly, they're the ones who led me to Jesus." As though realizing she'd turned the conversation to herself, Bre shook her head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over. Tell me more about Max." Sensing she didn't want to go any further into her own past, Hunter picked the conversation back up. "He's the best kid. I want to be for him what your grandparents were for you, but often the system is long and drawn out. You'd think they'd want kids out of foster care and into loving homes, but it often takes longer than any of us would like. It was the most frustrating part of the work he did through his practice. Not to mention, his status as a single man had come into question with the agency. It wasn't unheard of, and there was nothing illegal about it, but it was certainly unusual. Listen, Bre, about that day at the shelter dash. You've apologized, Hunter. We can let it go. Everyone has bad days now and then. She took another bite of her sandwich. Plus, this is the best meal I've had in months, so I'm inclined to forgive you. Why hadn't she eaten the bakery's food in months? What was it about this woman that made him want to take her out for delicious food every night of the week? She was thin, too thin if a body asked him, but it was more. Still, voicing any of that was not going to go in his favor. I know, but I want you to know the source of my bad day. I'd gotten a text message from Max's social worker about him being transferred out of respite care and into a long-term foster home rather than coming to stay with me. She was going to try and get me an emergency foster care certification since I'm not his family, but it didn't work out. I'm licensed now, but he was already placed. There have been complications with the aunt and uncle since. It was a whole mess, one he didn't want to get into at the moment. I was upset and angry about things I couldn't fix, so when I saw your setup in your office, Bre bit her lip, studying him as if to deduce his motives. I became another problem to solve? She didn't look angry, just tired and maybe a little hurt. Not a problem to solve, but I like you, Bre. You're smart and funny and beautiful, and you live out your faith like no woman I've ever dated before. Women like you deserve the world, and here you were sleeping in a moldy office. Goodness, his ex-girlfriend, Victoria, had never done a selfless thing in her entire life that he knew of, and she never settled for less than 5-star accommodations. Her moving to London in a work relocation had been the clean break he needed, but the contrast between the two women flashed like a neon sign. Bre wiped her mouth with her napkin, settling back in her chair. Is that what we're doing here? Dating. She took a deep breath. Because I don't think I'm in a headspace for that right now, Hunter. I really don't. Disappointment flowed through his veins, but he held it in check. That's fine because for a woman like you, I'll settle for friendship and a closed door, as long as the door isn't locked. He grinned, and thankfully she did too. Man, her smile was pretty. How about a locked door? But there's a key under the mat. She raised a brow across the table, and he understood the challenge for what it was. I mean it when I say I'm not ready right now, but you seem like a really good guy. It seems foolish to close myself off to it forever. It wasn't a no, it was a not right now. He could take that and respect it, hoping and praying the answer might change in the future. A key under the mat sounds perfect. Chapter 3. Bre pushed through the door of Paws and Claws after lunch feeling lighter than she had in months. Hunter had taken her back to the clinic, the contrast in their vehicles suddenly seeming a little less important when he flashed his $1,000,000 smile her way and opened her rusty truck's door for her like he was a gentleman opening a carriage door for a lady. Was it unnecessary and maybe a little awkward? Sure, but she'd had the best meal she'd eaten in months, and a handsome man had made it clear he was interested in pursuing something more with her. All her problems, financial and health ones, felt a little more bearable as her tennis shoes squeaked on the faded linoleum. It had probably been stark white long before she got the place, but their constant disinfecting would wreak havoc on any flooring. Lauren, she called as she slung her purse behind the front desk. I'm back. Oh, good, her friend replied as she hustled out of the grooming room. She was covered in fur, doing her best to brush it off of her arms and scrub top. I attempted to give Millie a haircut, but she wasn't all that cooperative. Bre laughed, knowing exactly how well that had probably gone. Millie was a sweet dog, but could absolutely give them a run for their money. I'm sure she looks beautiful. As though really noticing her for the first time since she'd walked in, Lauren studied Bre from head to toe, eyes narrowing even as the corner of her lip quirked up. You seem, I don't know, happier than normal? Maybe more energetic? Your eyes have that sparkle thing going on. Of course, the mother of three would notice her good mood. Hunter apologized to me after my appointment today, and he took me to lunch. It was really nice. She wouldn't risk betraying his confidence by going into all they'd spoken about, but Lauren didn't seem to mind. Lauren grinned widely and did a little victory dance with her arms raised above her head. Yes, I knew you two would make up. Even if nothing comes of it, he's not a bad guy. I'd love to stay and chat more about it, but Jeff and I are taking the boys back to school shopping. He'll be here to pick me up soon, and I have a feeling Will's going to make us go to 6 different places looking for shoes. She rolled her eyes, though Bre could tell she didn't really mind. He's not even a teenager for 2 more months, but he's already acting like one. They grow up fast, Bre replied. Do you have a change of clothes, or are you going to go smelling like you rolled in a dog kennel? It didn't matter how clean they kept the place. It would forever smell like the animals who lived there. I do, Lauren said. I'm just going to go change in the bathroom and then I'll be out of your hair. I really am happy you two made up, Bre. He's a good guy. I'm coming to realize that. As Lauren grabbed her bag from behind the desk and hustled into the bathroom, Bre pulled her phone from her pocket. 1 missed call and voicemail from Grandpa's memory care facility. Good mood from before dashed, Bre's heart dropped into her stomach as she prayed the voicemail would be the billing department rather than one of his nurses. It was indeed billing, but if she'd thought the brick in her gut would subside, she was sorely mistaken. Hello, Miss Taylor. This is Jocelyn Paul from Live Oak Memory Care. I wanted to make sure you were aware your balance is past due for Edgar Taylor's room and board. As you know, prompt payment is important so care isn't disrupted. Feel free to call back anytime before 5 o'clock today with payment information, or you can pay online. She continued to rattle off the web address as though Bre hadn't paid every quarter for the past 3 quarters. With a sigh, Bre deleted the voicemail and logged into the portal like she had a dozen other times. She'd saved her login information, so it should have been easy, but nothing was easy about forking over that much money. Her debit card was mostly tapped out after paying for the infusion, so the facility would have to run her credit card again. Please, she muttered a prayer. Please let me not be at my credit limit yet. She'd gotten the email notice 2 weeks before, as well as the reminders they'd sent since. She wasn't trying to stiff them. It was just easier to put the emails in a box in her brain to hopefully forget rather than deal with the ever-looming bills. The payment went through, and her eyes misted with the reality of her situation. Before Lauren could come out of the bathroom and see her crying, Bre moved quickly from the front of the animal shelter to her office and makeshift apartment in the back. Shutting the door behind her, she tried to ignore the water stains on the ceiling and the hint of must in the air. The fatigue from her infusion hadn't hit yet, neither had the headache, but both would undoubtedly come. Maybe she could manage a few more chores this afternoon before the inevitable happened, and she could do nothing but curl up on her cot in the back office and sleep for 12 hours. Sinking down into the lumpy and too-thin mattress, Bre placed her head in her hands. How could she possibly keep this up? Every month, her bills and debt mounted. She'd already taken out 2 new credit cards, but her credit had taken such a hit they had lower limits than the one she'd had at first. One credit card bill got paid with the next, and before she knew it, she was up to her chin in debt. The rip in her jeans, not one put there on purpose, paired with shoes this close to falling apart betrayed how little of her money had actually been spent on frivolities. No, it all seemed to fly out the door in a haze of medical bills, Grandpa's care home, and keeping the shelter afloat between grants. No one knew about her lupus except the medical professionals involved in her care. Even Micah didn't know about Grandpa's dementia since she'd grown up in the next town over, and his doctor and memory care facility were both there. The weight of everything on her shoulders suddenly felt suffocating, and it was all Bre could do to keep from falling apart in her dingy office. Would all this ever let up? Would she be forced to leave her dream job caring for vulnerable animals and helping them find forever homes in order to make more money elsewhere? What would happen to the ones who lived there unadopted if that happened? All the other shelters in the area were as full as she was. The headache she'd managed to hold off through lunch finally hit, pounding behind her eyes as her stress threatened to swallow her whole. 20 minutes to lie down on her cot and take some painkillers. It was all she could allow herself if her duties at the shelter had a hope of being completed. Lord, she whimpered as tears rolled down her cheeks and onto her pillow. What am I going to do? Okay, Hunter said as he closed his folder and met Gloria's eyes over the dark wooden table. I think that's all we need from you today. I can't promise anything about the outcome, but I can tell you I intend to see your ex-husband behind bars for a very long time. Gloria's eyes watered in relief, and Kayla took her hand beside her. Both of them had been in the accident which could have killed the two of them and Gloria's daughter, Sophia. Her abusive ex-husband had managed to bond out of jail and borrowed his cousin's truck to run them off the road over the Colson River Bridge. Had it not been for Kayla's quick thinking and her boyfriend Chris's response, it could have easily ended in tragedy. Thank you, Gloria breathed. She wiped her eyes as she sniffed again. I can't believe this could really all be over for good. It's my pleasure, honestly. Truly, it was. Whether it was trafficking rings or abusive exes, Hunter relished the opportunity to keep the vulnerable safe from harm. These types of cases, the ones specific to getting Mr. Santos locked up for good, weren't his typical cases. The divorce and custody agreements fell more under his purview, but this was a special case. Jeff had asked him to help, and he'd been more than happy to pick it up. As they stood and shook hands, Chris held the door open for them to exit the Montana Valley Women's Shelter conference room. Calling it a boardroom was a bit of a stretch, as it was mostly an extra bedroom with a slightly fancier setup, but it worked for their needs. Kayla allowed Gloria to move down the hallway, watching after her as she stood next to Hunter. She's really come a long way since they got here. I was afraid this whole thing would set her back, but look how she's keeping her head up and her shoulders back. Kayla smiled softly, and Hunter could see in Gloria's walk what she meant. She's going to be okay. You guys do amazing work here. They all have chances they wouldn't have had were it not for MVWs. Truly, the work Jeff had told him about over the years was so important. He'd relocated to Reindeer Pass, as technology made it easy for him to still work with his clients in Bozeman. He'd even been casually looking into office spaces in town in order to open a satellite office for their practice thanks to the lack of similar law firms in the area. We appreciate your help on this case. The money we're saving thanks to you will go quite a ways on some improvements we're hoping to make on the building. Hunter glanced around at the old Victorian mansion they'd turned into the shelter. I'd imagine general upkeep around here costs a pretty penny. I'll say, Kayla replied with a snort. If the previous owner hadn't left it to us free and clear, I'm sure we'd have built a new building when Cam donated so much of his inheritance. You can't deny a mortgage-free building even if the floors creak a little. They'd clearly fixed it up, installing a state-of-the-art security system and expanding the kitchen to serve the large number of occupants. I can understand that. Well, I'd better get going. I'm going to see if Jeff's interested in going for pizza. Sure, he'd had lunch out with Bre, but pizza sounded good after his morning run followed by a full day of work. He'd put in a wait session that evening once he got back to Jeff's, but he'd have to figure something else out when he moved into the rental he'd signed on in a few days. It wasn't anything fancy, a 2-bedroom across the street from Micah and Sarah Kane. In fact, it had been Sarah's house before the two of them had married and she'd moved into Micah's house. It made more sense, as his house was larger, but she hadn't wanted to part with the home. Turning it into a rental with its unbelievable views of the town below had been their decision, and Hunter was the grateful recipient of that plan. Kayla's brows furrowed. You better hurry. He said he was leaving at 4 o'clock today to take Lauren and the boys back to school shopping. Though, I imagine if you offered to pay, all 5 of them would be up for pizza. Oh, thanks. Hunter took off at a jog after his watch told him it was already 15 minutes until 4. And yeah, he called over his shoulder as he hurried down the stairs. I'd imagine you're right. Would Bre be at the shelter when Jeff went to pick Lauren up? Would it be weird to tag along when he'd already seen her at lunchtime? Deciding he didn't care, Hunter ran out onto the front porch as he spotted his brother buckling his seatbelt and putting his truck into drive. Jeff, he hollered and hoped the music wasn't up too loud. Wait! The truck's slow forward motion stopped as Jeff's head whipped toward Hunter. A military veteran and all-around security genius, his brother's gaze moved in all directions around Hunter before settling on him and rolling his window down. What's going on? Sorry, didn't want to yell, but I needed to catch you before you left. You're taking the boys back to school shopping, right? Those boys may not technically be his nephews yet, but they would be in time. Hunter wanted to get to know them better. Mind if I tag along? If he happened to catch sight of a pretty brunette with an infuriatingly mysterious life in the process, well, all the better. Jeff studied him for a breath before apparently deciding not to ask any questions. Sure, he said as he turned off his truck and unbuckled his seatbelt. We're going to have to take that monstrosity you call a car. My truck only seats 5. You got it, brother. Hunter pulled his keys from his pocket and clicked to unlock the doors as Jeff locked his. For letting me worm my way in, I'll take you all out for pizza after. Okay, so maybe the pizza was self-serving, but he did want to spend time with his brother and his inevitable family. Best offer I've had all day. While we're at it, you can tell me where you're at with Max's adoption and why Jace Todd told me he saw you on a lunch date today with Bre Taylor. Jeff wasn't normally chatty or particularly nosy about Hunter's personal life, but being with Lauren had softened him a little around his hard edges. Happiness looked good on him, but it did have the unfortunate side effect of conversations like the one they were in. After Hunter pressed the button to start his car and Jeff rolled his eyes at the fancy setup, the two of them rolled through the MVW's gate and onto the street. This town's men gossip way worse than the women. Chapter 4. Well, Lauren said as she watched her 3 sons, Jeff and Hunter, running around in the backyard of Paws and Claws with more than enough dogs for them each to play with too. I guess I'll end up ordering their school stuff online. Brady dove for a frisbee as one of their shepherd mixes did the same, nearly colliding in midair before the shepherd redirected. Then sat on the ground covered in a bevy of puppies and giggled wildly at the puppy kisses he received at the bottom of the pile. Hunter was on his hands and knees, pretending to be a dog while playing tug-of-war with Millie while Jeff and Will threw baseballs for other dogs to chase. Lauren and Bre sat on a bench, watching the chaos, as Will tossed a dog toy for a retriever mix named Tabby to fetch. Bre grinned, enjoying the scene as much as she enjoyed not having to exercise all the dogs herself. The fatigue from the infusion had set in, and she'd allowed herself a few minutes to fall apart on her bed in the office. By the time she'd bucked up and come out, Lauren and her boys had all begun cleaning cages and refilling food bowls. I guess this seemed like more fun. It is, especially for boys who hate shopping. Will may be picky, but even he doesn't like going from store to store. Granted, neither do I. Lauren laughed as Jeff dramatically fell to the ground and allowed dogs to jump on top of him. Plus, I may have heard you crying in your office when I got done changing clothes. Her expression sobered, and she took a deep breath. Bre, I don't know what's going on with you, but I do know keeping it bottled up inside isn't good for you. Realization of how much she'd kept from her friend washed over her, as did a complete overwhelm over where in the world to start. How much could she tell her friend? There was still so much Lauren didn't know no one did. I've had a rough year. Hunter caught 6-year-old Ben in a flying leap as they dodged the pack of puppies loping in their direction. The boy giggled. Hunter laughed harder than she'd ever seen him, though she hadn't known him very long. The giggles of a small child were a little bit healing, despite the weight of the world threatening to crush her. Lauren reached over and placed her hand atop Bre's on the bench. Want to unload some of your burden? It's what the Bible says, right? In the past few months, Lauren had surrendered her life to the Lord and had the voracious appetite for scripture of a new believer. Everything was brilliant and exciting in a way that had inspired Bre once again in her long-held faith. Yeah, I guess it does. I was raised by my grandparents. My grandma died a while back, but Grandpa developed dementia 2 years ago and really started declining last summer. The memories of the burn on his hand from leaving the stove on, ruined food from an open fridge, and his increasing frustration at the world around him gnawed at Bre even still. Last fall, he left his house in the middle of the night. We couldn't find him until noon the next day when a police officer found him wandering down the highway in his bathrobe. The relief from utter panic she'd felt at him being missing was so short-lived as she realized how awful a state they were in. He was accepted into a memory care facility, a place to keep him safe and help him with medication and memory exercises. It's the best place I could imagine for him, but it's expensive. Lauren watched her with empathy. I can only imagine how stressful that must have been for you. Where is the facility? It's in Robertsdale, only about 20 minutes from Reindeer Pass. That's where I grew up once I moved in with my grandparents. We love the facility. He's even had a couple of good days recently where he remembered me and we played board games like we always have. The expense, even after selling the tiny little 2-bedroom Grandpa and Grandma raised me in, is so much. They'd taken out a second mortgage to help me pay for my associate's degree, the one she'd never actually finished when she realized how much more it would cost them, but the classes she had chosen were ones she'd actually used. Then, her grandmother had gotten sick, and they'd needed every extra dime they had. It sounds like he loves you very much, Lauren said softly. That's why you gave up your apartment, isn't it? To pay for his care. Yeah. He also had a hospitalization in the fall about a month before he went missing. It was only a few nights to monitor him after he'd stumbled on a walk and hit his head, but it's amazing how expensive those things can be. Even with his Medicare, the deductible was high. It's worth it to know he's safe and taken care of. They watched the scene before them for a few breaths before Lauren spoke again, this time her voice thicker. I'm sorry for all you've been going through, Bre. I wish I'd come to work for you sooner and taken a little of the pressure off. You've been a gift straight from the Lord, Bre said. Especially since biting back the rest of the sentence, Bre clenched her eyes shut. Since I got diagnosed with lupus before Christmas. Lauren's head whipped in her direction, her eyes still shining with unshed tears. You did? Oh, Bre, I've been noticing you stretching and trying to work out your muscles, but I figured it was due to all the lifting we do. I had no idea. For a while, it was pretty bad. I wondered if I'd have to close the shelter and get an office job. The idea made her sick, but she'd barely made it there for a few months. Her first plan for a different job would have been working at a vet's office or doggy daycare as a groomer, but those jobs required the same amount of physicality as her current one. Bre settled back against the bench, allowing her mind to go back to a time she tried not to think about. Micah said the stress of everything this fall probably contributed to the worst flare I've ever had. I didn't realize it, but I've had lupus symptoms since my early 20s. Headaches, brain fog, skin rashes, muscle and joint pain. This time, she'd also had tingling in her hands and feet, the symptom which had finally sent her in to get more testing done. He was the only doctor who'd ever taken me seriously, and it took some time to get my medication right, but I feel like a new person. Well, most days she did. There were good days and bad days, sometimes good hours and bad hours, but the increased rest she'd managed since Lauren came to work for her made a world of difference. Still, none of what she experienced now could compare to how bad it had gotten before. Lauren squeezed her hand softly, and Bre realized how much she'd missed having a motherly figure ever since her grandma had died. Lauren was only a few years older than her, but they'd lived entirely different lives. You don't have health insurance, do you? Lauren's voice cracked. She was too smart for her own good, and putting the puzzle pieces together wasn't hard. That's probably rude to ask, but it's also why you're living here at the shelter, isn't it? I don't. The margins are too slim in my budget, and everything I qualified for had way too high of a monthly premium, even with deductibles through the roof. Before Lauren could speak again, Bre's phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out, Her stomach sank once again when she saw Grandpa's nurse on the other end. "Katie? What's going on?" The sound of hustling and bustling in the background, as well as what sounded for all the world like an ambulance door slamming, did not bode well. "Hey honey, I'm so sorry, but we think Edgar may have had a stroke. He's on his way to county now." The county hospital served multiple areas, and it was the one where Harper worked. Micah did rounds there as well, and it sat between her hometown and her adopted one. Was he awake? Is he scared? The idea of Grandpa alone and afraid had her jumping from the bench and drawing the attention of Hunter, Jeff, and all three boys. Many of the dogs also sensed her change in mood and moved in her direction. He was awake, but he was mighty confused. "He's in great hands. You get there as soon as you can. I've got to finish rounding on my other patients this evening, but I'll come up and check on him as soon as I get off at 6, okay?" "Oh, okay. Thanks, Katie." Bre's hand shook as she lowered her phone enough to hang up. In fact, her entire body shook as it repelled the idea she might lose Grandpa too. I have to go to the hospital. My grandpa had a stroke." She hadn't even noticed how badly her whole body had followed the trajectory of her shaking hands, nor had she realized Jeff, Hunter, and all three boys had moved closer. Unsure how she was going to drive in her current state, Bre noticed a look pass between Jeff and Hunter before Hunter closed the distance between them and placed his hands on both of her arms. "Breathe, Bre." Deep breaths. Somehow his touch gave her the wherewithal to realize she'd been pulling in shallow pants of air rather than the gulps she needed. Following his instruction gave her something to focus on, slowing the spiral of her mind even while her heart broke at the knowledge she might lose Grandpa sooner rather than later. "I'm going to drive you to the hospital. Where are your keys?" Bre's eyes flew up to Hunter's, the gentle compassion there nearly causing her unshed tears to spill over. Why would you do that? She'd been alone for so long, seemingly ever since Grandpa had started his rapid decline. It had only been by the grace of God and her faith in him she'd managed to keep putting one foot in front of the other some days. "I can manage." "I'm sure you can. You're one of the strongest women I know." His chocolate brown eyes threatened to see straight past her defenses and into her very soul if she let them. "But you don't have to." Fishing his own keys from his pocket, Hunter tossed them to Jeff. "Looks like you'll be paying for dinner tonight after all." The corner of Jeff's lip quirked up as Lauren moved to his side, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "No problem. We'll finish up the chores here tonight. Let me know if you need me to come pick you up later." With that, Lauren and Jeff huddled the three boys, and Lauren began listing the end-of-day tasks on Bre's list for the rest of the day. The shaded backyard rustled with a breeze blowing through it as Bre handed Hunter her truck's keys with shaking hands. They'd made it out the front door when the sight of what had once been her grandfather's truck threatened to shatter her heart at the memories washing over her. Riding shotgun to the farmer's market after they'd teased Grandma about her mile-long list. Working the small farm property they'd had until Grandma died and Grandpa's health didn't allow him to continue. Rides to and from school, dissecting the day's events. Her learning to drive and nearly stalling the thing out as it was a manual. It was all too much, and the vision of Grandpa's smiling face behind the wheel threatened to rise up and choke her until strong arms wrapped around her as though holding her together. Hunter's hand went up and down her back gently, allowing her to shed the tears she'd felt coming from the moment Katie's name appeared on her phone. "Let it out, sweetheart. Let it out." Bre probably only cried for a minute before she pulled from his arms and wiped her puffy, blotchy cheeks on her sleeve. Still, the sounds of her sobs and the feel of her trembling in his arms had broken his heart. Her grandfather raised her, and she'd already lost her grandmother. It was no wonder she felt like she was drowning. "Let's go. I want to get there as fast as we can." Hunter placed his hands on either side of her face and dried the last remaining tear tracks, a little surprised she didn't pull back at his touch. "I'll push your bucket of bolts as fast as she'll go, but I make no promises on how fast that may be." With a wink, he spun her keys around his finger and led her to the passenger door. He opened the truck's heavy door with a rusty creak. The leather seats had long seen better days, but there was something charming about the thing as well. A bobblehead dog sat on the front dash, and a beaded necklace, which looked like a child had made it, hung on the mirror. A picture of Bre as an older child between who he assumed were her grandparents was taped beside the speedometer, all three of them smiling up at the camera with a baseball field in the background. The slightest glimmer in her eye bolstered him a little as she gestured to the stick shift. "You can drive a manual, right? I doubt there are many of them in New York." "Sure can. Once we get on the road, I'll tell you about the story of how I learned and nearly drowned myself and another aid worker in Nigeria in the process." By the time they'd pulled onto the main road, headed towards the county hospital, Bre looked at him expectantly. "I know you're trying to distract me, but now I really want to hear the story." Hunter chuckled. He should have known she'd see right through him. "During summers at college, I went and worked with Christian missionaries in Nigeria. At the time, I thought I might want to go to medical school. They ran a free clinic and rounded at the local hospital. Most of the time, I was the errand boy or the one who tried to keep the waiting room somewhat orderly, but that day the physician asked me to go into the city with an aid worker from their partner organization and pick up a shipment of medication and supplies. The 25-year-old SUV they gave him was older than him at the time, but he'd been determined not to let the missionaries down. I knew the way into the city, but the dirt roads were an added complication. The aid worker was this older guy from Venice Beach with long hair and wore button-up Hawaiian shirts and the same pair of cargo shorts every day. He tossed me the keys and asked me if I could drive a manual. When I told him I couldn't, he grinned like a Cheshire cat. "Well, today's a beautiful day to start," he said as he proceeded to give me about 5 minutes of hands-on instruction. Bre bit her lip, presumably to keep from laughing as they moved faster than the speed limit down the highway. I can only imagine how well that went. It went fine until he decided I could handle it and started snoring 20 minutes into the drive. There, you often have to cross little streams and shallow rivers in the vehicle, but I'd never been driving while we did it. Let's say I got us out of that river, but it wasn't without a few pleas to the Lord and making sure he and I were on good terms first. "Oh, no," Bre said through her belly laughter. "Did the aid worker wake up?" "Nope," Hunter said as they moved onto the interstate. "Snored through the whole thing and told me he'd known I could do it once we got to where we were going." They talked a little more on their drive, but the closer they got to the hospital, it was clear Bre's nerves had returned. Hunter parked the truck as close as he could to the emergency entrance and placed his hand on her back to hopefully provide some grounding as she all but levitated off the ground while they waited for the lady behind the counter to input his information. "Bre, a pretty redhead from church named Harper," said as she entered the waiting room. "He's right back here." Gesturing to the lady behind the counter, Harper led the two of them past the double doors and into a bevy of sick bays with blue curtains pulled closed around them. "Micah's rounding, so I asked him to look in on your grandfather." The woman beside him started trembling again, her eyes filling with tears once more. "Thank you, Harper. You didn't have to do that." "Of course I did. As soon as Lauren called me and told me what was going on, I made sure I'd be his nurse. I was there when he was brought in, and I can tell you he hasn't been alone for a second since." Even then, as the three of them stood outside a closed curtain, it slid open to reveal Micah Kane's smiling face as he laid eyes on Bre. His eyes narrowed a bit in curiosity as he spied Hunter as well, but he didn't comment. "He's awake, and he's been asking for you," Micah said softly. He led them into the bay where Bre's grandpa lay in a white hospital gown eating a bowl of red jello. "Grandpa." Bre launched herself at her grandfather, the man looking not even a bit surprised at her boisterous display of affection. "I was so worried about you." She laid her head on his chest as he wrapped a feeble arm around her and patted her shoulder. His other hand held his jello until Harper took it from him. "Wait," Bre said through her clearly happy tears. "They give you food in the emergency room?" "Not normally," Micah laughed. Edgar here has charmed every single one of the nurses, and we've finished all our tests. We're going to keep him overnight for observation, but I feel confident it was only a TIA, a mini stroke, in other words. His nurse Katie called us after he arrived and gave us the information on his condition, so we want to be cautious. Bre swallowed thickly, laying her head back on her grandpa's chest. I'm so glad you're going to be okay, Grandpa. Suddenly, as if the emergency room curtain fell over his eyes, Edgar's gaze clouded, and he sat up quickly. Wait, what's going on? Where am I? Gaze popping to his granddaughter as she lifted her head. Edgar's eyes widened. Leah? What are you doing in Montana? Who's watching Bre? Bre smiled softly as Micah murmured something to Harper, and she hustled out into the main emergency area. It's me, Bre. Grandpa. Leah's not here, but I'm fine. She continued to placate and gently explain his surroundings to him until Harper came in with a vial of medicine and moved to Edgar's forepole. Mr. Taylor, she said with a kind smile. I'm going to give you something to help you rest for a little while, but Bre will be here when you wake up in your own hospital room, all right? Edgar nodded, looking a little dumbfounded and more than a little agitated, but the medicine took effect. Somehow, he hadn't noticed Hunter standing in the corner of the room until before he drifted off. Wait, who's he? Leah, is that your new boyfriend? Son, you better treat her right. The last one dash. Okay, Grandpa. Bre cut in quickly. It's all right. Take a nap, and I'll see you soon. She wiped her eyes again, the fresh tears spilling over once more as the medicine took full effect, and Edgar drifted off. I need to step outside for a moment. Is that all right? Of course, Harper replied. We're about to move him upstairs, but I'll come out and get you as soon as we've got him settled. He's going to be okay, Bre. It's going to be okay. Bre nodded, swallowing again as she pushed out through the curtain and into the main area. Hunter moved to follow her, and it was only then Micah placed a hand on his arm. She's got a lot going on right now, Banks. I don't care if you're friends or if you're wanting something more, but know if you're here for a few dates before you go back to Bozeman, she doesn't need that right now. Knowing Bre had people in her corner here, even though he hoped to be chief among them, didn't threaten Hunter in the slightest. In fact, he felt nothing but gratitude. I'm here, I promise. Good, Micah said solemnly. I'm going to help the nurses get Edgar admitted. You go check on Bre. Knowing he'd gotten as much of a go-ahead as he was going to get from the kind but protective doctor, Hunter jogged through the emergency department hallways and back through the double doors to the parking lot. At first, he didn't see Bre in the evening's setting sun, but instead heard her first. Leaning her back against the weathered brick of the hospital's exterior, Bre squatted with her head in her hands. Her dark hair curtained over her face, but the shaking of her shoulders and the heart-wrenching sound of her sobs cut right through Hunter's skin and into his heart. He didn't speak at first, only took a seat next to her and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Stroking her hair, Hunter guided her to a sitting position and held her with her head against his chest as she fell apart in his arms. There was more to her devastation than her grandfather's TIA, and it was about to crush Bre under its weight. Whatever it was, in that moment, Hunter knew there was nothing he wouldn't do and no stone he'd leave unturned to fix it. Chapter 5. Bre knew it was Hunter who slid to the ground beside her by his scent alone. Peppermint and sandalwood filled her nose, bringing the tiniest bit of relaxation and peace even as she cried. He stroked her hair from her scalp to the tip, stopping only to stroke her shoulder. It's all right, sweetheart. It's all going to be all right. His deep voice brought a moment of calm, but with it came the familiar anger and bitterness she'd battled the last year as her life slowly imploded around her. Wiping a disgusting amount of snot on her sleeve, Bre met his gaze. Is it? How could it possibly be all right when I'm about to have to pay who knows how much for this ambulance ride, emergency room visit, and overnight stay? What type of increased care is he going to need, making his memory care facility fees more expensive? What can I sacrifice to make it work, as I will sacrifice anything I need to keep him safe? She'd started to see red, the product of heightened emotions and logically misplaced anger. It wasn't him she was angry at, but the whole thing felt like entirely too much. Hunter opened his mouth to respond, but Bre wrenched herself from his grasp and jumped to her feet. "What has to give, Hunter? Please, tell me what I need to give up. Will it be my infusions that make it possible for me to do my job and live without pain? Or will I have to sell the shelter and pray the animals all somehow make it somewhere that will take care of them?" She turned, propping her forehead on the wall as her fists clenched. Hunter didn't speak at first, but he didn't touch her either. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth it. She couldn't blame him if he had. Then, his voice broke through the haze of her whirling thoughts. "What infusions, Bre?" It was low, full of concern despite the fact they hadn't known each other long. "Are you sick?" Somehow, she managed to push down the anger that had bubbled over a moment ago. Turning to face him, Bre sighed deeply, the weight of the whole world crushing her under its unrelenting pressure. "I have lupus. I was diagnosed early this year after a bad flare-up which landed me in the hospital in an adrenal crisis. I could have died, but Micah Kane took over my care and got it under control with some of the strongest medication on the market." Another tear rolled down her cheek as she crossed her arms over her chest. "Those medications don't come cheap, and the awful excuse for insurance I qualify for barely touches the cost." Hunter's eyes clenched shut. "That's why you're living at Paws and Claws." It was a statement, not a question, as Hunter was plenty smart enough to put it together on his own. "You're handling it all on your own, but you've had to sacrifice your home to do so." It didn't start out that way, she admitted. "Grandma and Grandpa's home didn't have much left over after sale when I paid off the second mortgage. Then, when I got the bill for my hospital stay, it drained every bit of my savings. I cannot be on this medication, but I also don't know how I'll possibly be able to stay on it with Grandpa's hospital bills coming." Studying her, his mind clearly working quickly behind those chocolate brown eyes, Hunter's hand lifted as the backs of his fingers ghosted down her cheek. "I'm so sorry for what I said to you at the shelter that day. I can't believe I spoke with so much ignorance." "You've already apologized for that," Bre said softly. "It's over." "I have, but I think you deserve another one." The intensity in his gaze nearly took her breath away, as though he could see past her walls into her very soul. "You've sacrificed so much to take care of your grandfather and those animals, and I had no right to speak the way I did." Before she had the chance to respond, the whirring motor of the emergency department's automatic doors opened, and Harper stepped through. She'd pulled her hair back, her red curls wild despite the bright headband she wore. "Bre, he's settled now in his room. He'll probably be asleep for a little while, but you're welcome to go on up whenever you're ready." Harper eyed Hunter for a second, her attention ping-ponging between the two of them. "Hunter, you're welcome to come too if you're planning on staying." "He drove me here." The words tumbled out before Bre even realized she was speaking. "I'm sure you've got to get home, right? Lauren texted me and said she's bringing me a change of clothes and my toothbrush and stuff. You could ride back with her and Jeff if you want." After all she'd laid at his feet, the poor guy deserved an easy out. A quick flash of hurt on his face was quickly replaced with understanding as Hunter nodded. "Yeah, I'll do that, but I'll be back tomorrow morning." "You don't dash." "I know I don't have to, but I want to. You're here taking care of everyone else, Bre. It's time someone took care of you." Leaving no room for argument, it was as though resolve personified itself in Hunter's expression as he pulled out his phone. "You go on up and get settled with your grandfather, but text or call me if you need anything at all tonight, okay?" Bre sputtered as she wondered the last time she'd had this much trouble speaking. "Yeah, okay." Hunter smiled softly, leaning down to press a quick peck to her forehead before turning on his heel and making a phone call she couldn't hear. Staring after him as she was, Bre didn't even notice Harper's approach until she bumped Bre's hip with her own. "I hoped you'd be the next one to fall," she said with a chuckle. "You deserve it." Bre's head whipped around, her attention pulled with Harper's bluntness. We've only been on one date." Maybe 2 if you count lunch at the resort, but really just 1. Well, then, Harper said as she wrapped her arm around Bre's tense shoulders and led her back through the double doors. I guess you made an impression. Hey, Brian, Hunter said as he pressed the phone to his ear and lowered his voice. I've got a bit of a sensitive subject to discuss with you if you've got a minute. Brian was his business partner at the law firm they'd opened here in Bozeman. Brian was a family man with deep roots in Montana and a history of working in insurance law prior to having his fill and moving to family law. The sounds of Brian's kids playing in the background faded away as a door shut behind him. Hunter tried to never call the man after business hours, at least if it wasn't an emergency, but this was important. I'm all ears. Has something popped up with the Santos case? No. Thankfully, that one is shaping up in such a way Gloria and her kids should get the justice and security they deserve. No judge in their right mind would rule against them with all the evidence and testimony they'd collected. This one is of a personal nature. All right, go ahead. As Bre had fallen apart in his arms, an idea had sparked itself in Hunter's head, but it had quickly fanned into a raging fire. Still, if he didn't play this right, he could easily get them both in big trouble. Is there some sort of stipulation for adding a spouse to our company's health insurance? And on a scale of a slap on the wrist to time behind bars, how illegal is marriage for insurance only? The other end of the line was quiet, and Hunter could almost see Brian's brows rising to his receding hairline. You're getting married? To who? Well, she'll have to say yes first, but I think I can convince her. Is it insurance fraud if we marry? No, not technically. Brian had his attorney voice back, and Hunter heard the slight squeak of his home office chair. It's actually more common than you think, and there's no time limit a marriage has to hit in order for it to work. Why can't we hire this woman to work at the practice full-time and put her on our policy that way? Do you really want to get married? She already has a full-time job running an animal shelter here in Reindeer Pass, and she really needs this. He had a bit of a hero complex and was self-aware enough to admit it, but Bre didn't need saving. No, she was a warrior on her own, and he had no doubt she'd figure it out if backed into a corner. Still, she shouldn't have to, and his goal was to make it so she didn't. This woman is special, Brian. She deserves to breathe easy for once. Almost as though he could hear his business partner's smile through his voice, Hunter breathed a little easier himself at the knowledge it wasn't fraudulent. Well, if this is what you want to do, I'll support you. So you're aware, Victoria called here looking for you a couple of days ago. I told her you were visiting Jeff in Reindeer Pass, but I didn't say anything beyond that. If you're going to marry this girl, you might want to make sure Victoria knows the door is closed. Why in the world Victoria would be calling him was anyone's guess. She was engaged, last Hunter heard, to some wealthy guy from family money. It hadn't given him a single prick of jealousy, something he'd been pleasantly surprised to find. I haven't talked to her in months. He'd actually blocked her number after they split. A clean break was exactly what he needed. I don't know what she wanted, but I told her I'd tell you she called. I think I'd rather hear about this other girl. She runs an animal shelter? That's a pretty cool gig. Sounds like she's got a big heart. He didn't need to draw the comparison to Victoria for Hunter to read between the lines. She's the most incredible woman I've ever met, and she deserves to not have to struggle to live a normal life. He didn't add the idea of her with any other man, dating or otherwise, had his teeth grinding in a way even the idea of Victoria marrying her fiancé never could have, but it was the reality nonetheless. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it settled in his heart like a lazy Saturday morning with the fire roaring. All right, brother. I guess congratulations are in order. Well, they would be if he could get Bre to agree to his off-the-wall plan. Chapter 6. The sound of Grandpa's hospital door opening the next morning woke Bre from the mostly non-existent sleep she'd managed the night before. The room itself was fine, but nurses came in so often to check on Grandpa, and her anxiety heightened each time she heard something beep. Pushing to a sitting position, Bre did her best to stretch out her neck, and Grandpa's night nurse, Blanche, came in for what was probably one last round before she went home. The joints and muscles in every inch of her body groaned, but she did her best to stifle the stiffness. The stiff little cot at the shelter was a 5-star hotel compared to the hospital chair she'd barely managed to doze in. "Morning, sweetie," Blanche said as she bustled over to the computer next to Grandpa's bed. He'd thankfully managed to sleep through everything, sedated so his memory spells didn't upset him further while he rested and healed. The nurse's kind smile and salt and pepper hair pulled into a perfectly styled bun paired perfectly together. "All his numbers are in great range for what we'd expect for someone his age, and he's had a great night. We'll probably scan him once more before he leaves, just to be safe, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes home today." What a relief. His nurse from the care facility had been by last night to check on him, and she'd promised to come by again on her lunch break today if he stayed that long. Katie had been an absolute godsend to Grandpa, gentle and caring while stern enough to actually make him take his medication and walk around occasionally. "I hope he does. Well, if he's well enough, of course." Her body still screamed in pain, and Bre prayed silently this whole mess wouldn't trigger another flare, but it very well could. As though she'd summoned the physician who'd cared enough to get to the bottom of her symptoms, Micah Kane stepped through the door with a wide smile and a clipboard. "Morning, Bre, Blanche. I checked Edgar's chart, and it looks like he's doing great. We'll do a couple more scans to be on the safe side, but I can't see why he wouldn't get to head back to the facility today. We have upped some of his medication, and I've consulted with his primary care physician to determine the dosages we think will prevent any other episodes." Bre nodded, wincing a little at the pain in her neck. "Thank you. Thank you all for everything you've done for him." Studying her with his typical compassionate stare, Micah took a seat in the folding chair next to her. "I know you're not the one admitted here, but how are you feeling this morning? Stress can exacerbate symptoms and can trigger a flare, so I want you to take it easy for the next few days." Snorting, Bre wondered how in the world she could ever manage to take it easy. As it was, she was probably going to have to start picking up shifts at the local vet clinic as a groomer to try and make ends meet during the limited free time she had. Grandpa's hospital bill would be high, and it would come sooner rather than later. "I'll do my best." Micah didn't look like he believed her for a second, but a knock on the door saved her from his response. The blessed smell of sausage and coffee filled the air as Hunter stuck his head in the door. "Is it all right if I come in?" "I come bearing food." "With it smelling like that, I suppose you'd better," Bre replied as her mouth began to water. "I don't know what Grandpa can eat, so I may take it out in the hall. I'm starving." "We still have him asleep for the moment, and we'll go ahead and do his scans now," Micah said with a nod. "You two have your breakfast, and hopefully I'll have good news for you when we return." With that, Micah stuck his head in the hallway and asked for a few more hands. 3 more nurses bustled inside and helped remove the breaks on the bed so they could roll Grandpa and all his equipment down for his scans. Once they'd shut the door behind them, the room suddenly fell quiet, the absence of beeping and medicine drips louder than any sound they could have made. "Thank you for breakfast," Bre said softly as her exhaustion started to get the better of her. Why was it always Hunter she fell apart around? Even now, the tears at the stress of the night and all the bills barreling towards her felt like a freight train threatened. Hunter placed the bag on the table and went to stand in front of her. "I know better than to show up here with no food, but you look like you could probably use a hug, too." He was right, and Bre rose stiffly from her chair and allowed herself to be pulled into his arms the same way she had the night before. This time, sobs didn't come alongside the embrace. She tried not to think about why she felt safer in his arms than she did most anywhere, but it was the first deep breath she'd taken in 12 hours. "Thank you. I promise I'm not normally this emotional. You've caught me in a tough season." "For everything," Hunter quoted in his deep voice that ran over her like a cozy blanket on a chilly day. "There is a season. A time to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. He paused, running his hand up and down her back in comforting strokes. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silence, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. A time of war, and a time of peace. Hunter pulled back, touching her face with one hand while taking her hand with the other. I've had to read Ecclesiastes chapter 3 to myself so many times over the years to remind myself of God's providence in the midst of all seasons, not just the good ones. I can't take away everything in this season for you, and I know I'm about to sound crazy, but I need you to hear me out. What in the world? Why do I feel like I need to sit down for this? She'd only known this man for a few weeks, only had one realish date with him, but somehow he still made her feel safe and secure. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her how long it had been since she'd eaten, and Hunter gestured to the chairs beside the small table. Sit, eat, and hear me out. If your answer is no, that's fine. I can't let you continue on this way without knowing your options. Unwrapping her sausage biscuit, Bre took a bite and relished in the salty, greasy deliciousness despite the apparent seriousness of whatever Hunter was about to say. Okay, go ahead. Hunter sat, not touching his own breakfast as his leg bounced, and he cleared his throat. Marry me. Let me help you with all this. Let me take some of the burden off your shoulders before it breaks you. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. Shock, of course. Probably some anger at the idea she couldn't handle it all herself, maybe? Weeping with gratitude would have been welcome, but he knew better than to expect that. Though, knowing Bre the tiny bit he did, he probably should have expected the unexpected. Placing her biscuit on the table, Bre stared at him for a moment before bursting into an almost maniacal laughter. Tears dribbled onto her cheeks as her shoulders shook with it, and Hunter briefly wondered if he'd finally broken the poor woman holding on by a thread. Sorry, she wheezed. I laugh when I'm uncomfortable or exhausted, and you said, marriage. I can't even wrap my head around what's happening right now. She sobered a little. Unless you're joking, which would be pretty awful comedic timing, but I guess I don't know you very well. How had he lost control of this situation so quickly? Bre, listen, I'm not joking. You're in desperate need of insurance, am I right? He'd seen how stiffly she stood up, and the hours of web searching he'd done last night told him the redness in her face this morning was probably due to more than laughter. For your medication? Finally completely calm again, Bre's eyes narrowed. Yes, but I can't marry you for insurance. That's dishonest. That's illegal. It's actually not illegal, Hunter said quickly. At least this part of the conversation he'd prepared for. Throughout human history, people have married for all sorts of reasons. Even in the Bible, they've married to unite lands, forge peace treaties, for safety and security. A marriage of convenience is only a foreign concept for us in this culture. That much was very true, as arranged marriages in other cultures still took place frequently. In fact, it was something he'd had to come to terms with working overseas. Not so much the marriages of convenience, but how missionaries managed to disciple new Christian men who'd already taken multiple wives, something perfectly normal in their cultures. It wasn't like they could turn all but their first wives out on the street, but the subject was a sensitive one with more nuance than he'd ever imagined. Thankfully, it had never been his responsibility to navigate those waters, but it was an issue he'd been exposed to more than once. It can be a marriage in name only, and if you want out after you've had a chance to get on your feet, we can discuss that too. I'm not trying to trap you, Bre. I want to help you. For him, marriage was a covenant, and he'd not be the one to end it. Still, the woman in front of him was in dire straits. Even from his limited research, he could see the onset of a flare coming in the way her body slumped in the hard plastic chair. Would her hair fall out? Would she get the debilitating headaches others got? Would she experience numbness and neuropathy? He didn't know, as it seemed every person's lupus behaved differently, but he wanted to be there for her when it came. "Hunter," she said with a shake of her head. "I can't and won't do that to you. I know you're a fixer, I get it, but this isn't your problem to fix." Could he pull out the big guns? Would that be a mistake? Sighing, he decided to go all in. Plus, it might help me get approved to adopt Max. Was that technically true? Yes. A stable home environment with 2 parents instead of 1 would look favorable to the social workers and judge, but it wasn't strictly necessary. Still, if he didn't make it seem like he needed her too, there was no way she'd agree. Bre's eyes softened, but hardened again as she shook her head. No, I can't do that. If we marry and then I leave, you'll look even more unstable than you would as a single man. I can't do that to you, and I won't do that to you. She reached a hand across the table, her olive skin contrasting his slightly paler hue. Thank you for offering to help me, but I'll figure it out. I always have. Well, there it was. He'd offered, begged even, and she'd said no. All he could do now was hope she'd change her mind. Could he pray for that? The whole thing felt more morally gray than he preferred, but it was for a good cause, right? Even just thinking it, conviction pricked at him that it wasn't as simple as the ends justifying the means. It never was. All right, I'll respect your decision. I just realized I forgot to get water in addition to the coffee, so I'll just run down and grab some from the cafeteria. It was the truth, but he also needed to be out from under the oppressive awkwardness of the room. Okay, you do that. Bre's attention had moved back to her biscuit, taking another bite as she closed her eyes in what he hoped was satisfaction rather than a desire not to see him. The lights in the hallway were brighter than those in the room, but it helped him clear his head. As he moved quickly down the linoleum floor towards the elevators, Hunter pulled his phone from his pocket. 2 missed calls from Victoria. What could she want? Last he knew, she was getting married in a few months. It turned out, he also had a text from her. Victoria, hey, Hunt. I'm heading to LA in a couple of weeks and would love to see you. Let me know when you can come down. Interesting. There'd been a time when he more or less jumped to do her bidding, somewhat enamored by her beauty and poise. Not this time. Not anymore. It spoke to how often he'd done it that she didn't even imagine a scenario in which he'd have said no. Hunter, I don't think that's a good idea. Have a good trip. There, direct and to the point. The 3 dots that indicated she was typing appeared and then disappeared 3 times before he stopped caring and shoved his phone back in his pocket. Despite Bre's refusal of his proposal, he knew beyond any doubt he and Victoria were long over. They'd never been a good fit, and he could only be grateful the Lord had protected him from marrying her. Lord, he prayed silently as the elevator arrived and dinged to announce itself. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing here with Bre, but I do know I'm doing it with good intentions. Please guide us both and help us to honor you despite the mess of the situation. With that, he stepped onto the elevator and began the descent to the 1st floor cafeteria. His phone buzzed in his pocket again, but he didn't even bother to look at how Victoria had finally responded. No, his thoughts were firmly on a dark-haired beauty with a heart as big as Montana and even bigger problems. Chapter 7. Bre placed her key in the lock at Paws and claws, even the act of turning the lock and pushing open the heavy door far harder than it normally was. Yep, all the stress combined with a night of awful sleep in the chair in her grandfather's room had resulted in a flare. Hopefully, as she'd just had her infusion, it would at least be a short-lived one. Dogs barked while cats meowed and played in their room, but all appeared to be well taken care of in her absence. The smell, forever of pet dander regardless of how clean they kept the place, felt a little bit like home at this point. Maybe she'd gone nose blind, but the floors were freshly mopped, and the room they used for grooming and vet checks glistened as the sharp scent of disinfectant accosted her nose. Lauren was a godsend, and so was the rest of her little family. Taking Grandpa back to the memory care facility had been tough, but only because she'd wanted to stay with him and irrationally try and keep anything else bad from happening. She'd had to get back, But having Lauren here to keep things running in her absence meant she could actually focus on her grandfather rather than feel as though she failed one charge while taking care of the other. Katie had met them at the door, though, and taken Grandpa's wheelchair from Hunter. She took one look at Bre and told her to go home and get some rest. Katie told her to come back tomorrow, or seeing the stress and exhaustion on her face would only cause more worry for Grandpa. It was something of a mercy he'd only woken up from his deep sleep at the end of his last scans, thankfully remembering Bre for who she was and being polite to Hunter. It was clear Grandpa hadn't quite understood who the man was, but neither did Bre. Was he her friend? He definitely wasn't her boyfriend, though he'd have been her fiancé if she'd accepted his crazy proposal. It was a kindness, of course, but there was no way she'd let him do that. If she needed to pick up shifts at the clinic, she would. Dr. Young had offered it to her more than once, but she was always exhausted after the long days of working with the animals at Paws and Claws. At least now that she'd hired Lauren, she could potentially take 1 or 2 days a week to earn a little extra money. Lauren's hiring in the first place had been huge for the shelter, as the private grant they'd received for the next 5 years was specifically earmarked for payroll of new employees. She'd only received enough to cover Lauren on a part-time basis, but if they'd received the newest grant she'd stayed up until midnight for weeks applying for, she could potentially give the woman more hours. A stack of mail sat on the counter, something Lauren must have placed there the night before. As much as she'd prefer to go crash on the cot in her office, she needed to check it. Maybe they'd gotten the federal grant she'd spent weeks writing a few months back. If they could, it would lift a major burden from her shoulders and ensure another 2 years of operation at least. The first few pieces of mail were coupons for dog food and cat litter, forever welcome. She did her best to only purchase those items with coupons since they received so many, but often it barely made a dent. Another was a letter from their landlord, the large investor who owned the whole strip of businesses on this part of the street. Her heart sank, hoping the random letter didn't convey bad news, but her hope was short-lived when her eyes scanned the contents. Of course, rent was going up again. It wasn't an astronomical amount, and it was fair in the current economy. They could barely afford the place as it was. Swallowing thickly, Bre spotted the bottom letter on the pile. It was from the Grant Review Organization, the one with the power to make or break them for the foreseeable future. Please, Lord, she prayed softly as she ripped open the envelope. Please let us get this grant. Pulling the single page from the envelope, Brianna's eyes filled with tears she'd thought she'd emptied when she noted the first line. Miss Taylor, we regret to inform you Paws and Claws Animal Shelter in Reindeer Pass, Montana, unfortunately did not receive the grant money in this cycle. This should not be taken as an indictment on the work you do, but simply an acknowledgement of the overwhelming number of submissions we receive every year. Please feel free to apply again beginning in January. The letter went on, extolling the virtues of all the applicants did to help the vulnerable animal populations of their community, but Bre didn't care to read the rest. She slammed the letter down on the counter next to the letter informing her of the upcoming rent increase. Her hand stung with the force, but it was nothing compared to the ache in her heart. Slumping down to the floor and placing her head in her hands for the second time in 2 days, Bre allowed the tears to flow in earnest. How could she possibly have any tears left? Never in her life had she allowed herself to fall apart this often, but it was all too much. How many extra shifts would she have to pick up at the clinic to cover the increased rent? How long could her body possibly hold out as she worked herself to the bone? The memory of Hunter's earnestness as he'd proposed a marriage of convenience flashed into her mind once more, and her heart and brain warred within her. Could she possibly accept? Did she have any other choice? She'd sacrificed everything she possibly could already, keeping only those things necessary for her survival. She had to keep her truck for her work, not that anyone would buy the hunk of junk anyway. She'd let go of her apartment, even selling her bed online because the full-size mattress wouldn't fit in her office. She ate as cheaply as she possibly could, hadn't bought new clothes in over a year, and had maxed out her credit cards with Grandpa's last facility fee. Her medication was the only thing that kept her moving, and the adrenal crisis she'd gone into back in November could have killed her if they hadn't acted as quickly as they had. She couldn't give up the infusions if she wanted to be any use to Grandpa or the animals at the shelter, and Grandpa couldn't be anywhere else. Options she'd once had ticked away in rapid succession, leaving her with virtually no choice. Lord, this may be a big mistake. I may be going against your will here for the covenant of marriage. I'm sorry if I am, but I can't see any other path forward. If she could have more of her medication covered, she could probably scrape by until she could save enough from extra shifts at the clinic to pay off Grandpa's hospital bills. After that, she'd have to tackle his memory care facility fees, but she should be able to afford the increase in rent if she pinched every penny. Mind made up, Bre forced herself up from the cold floor, once again feeling the pain and stiffness which served as physical manifestations of her weary heart. Fine, Hunter Banks. She spoke to no one in particular, save maybe the bearded dragons, Lucy and Ethel, in their cages behind the desk. You wanted a bride with an airport terminal full of baggage, you got her. The realtor gestured around the rental space with a hopeful look on her face. So, what do you think, Mr. Banks? Is this the one? It was a small office space downtown, with a view of the mountain from the window and only a few doors down from the bakery. It also wasn't far from Paws and Claws, not that it should matter at the moment. Opening the secondary location for their law practice in Reindeer Pass hadn't initially been part of the plan. Brian was a pretty easygoing guy, and they'd done more than enough business to justify it. I think it is. Have the owners draw up a rental agreement, and I'll look it over. He considered buying the building outright, but there was a benefit in testing out the space for a while first. The woman beamed, pulling out her phone and scrolling her contacts. Excellent, I'll let them know right now. As the woman stepped away, Hunter opened the glass door once more and stepped back out into the late summer air. The boys went back to school next week, and the fall would descend on them soon. He stared up at the mountain for a minute, allowing a familiar and comforting verse of scripture to waft through his mind. I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. It was from Psalm 121, a chapter he'd returned to many times since moving out of the hustle and bustle of New York City to remind him of the goodness and power of God. Whether he'd been overseas working to find justice for trafficking victims or here doing everything he could to give Gloria an open and shut case, the mountains comforted him in a way little else did. As he breathed in the sight once more, the sound of a heavy truck door slamming pulled his attention to the parking spot next to his SUV. It was Bre, still wearing the clothes she'd had on from yesterday, her dark hair a beautiful mess despite her clearly not having touched it. Unfortunately, there were fresh tear tracks on her face, something he wanted desperately to fix for her. Bre, what's wrong? He jogged the rest of the distance to her. His earlier good mood from the rental deal long gone. Had something else happened? This woman was strong, but no one was indestructible. How many more blows could she take until she crumbled? Bre took a long, shuddering breath, his heart hurting as he could see how hard she fought to keep her chin up and her eyes dry. Why, your offer from this morning, is it still good? Her jaw and shoulders held tight, but her eyes blazed with the fire of a decision made. Meaning, would you still want to get married? She choked out the last word, and it took everything in him not to smile a little at how bad it must have tasted in her mouth. I'm trying not to take it personally that the idea of marriage to me is apparently so distasteful, sweetheart, he said as he raised his hand to smooth the hair back from her face. They were in the middle of town, a few blocks down from the bakery where he'd gotten his first glimpse into how special this woman was. Sure, they'd had lunch at the resort when they'd accidentally run into each other a few weeks back, but it was far too short. She'd been far too distracted for them to really get to know one another. Plus, at the time, all her secrets about her life were still locked up tighter than Fort Knox. He grinned at the sight of her biting her lower lip, apparently holding back her own smile. Yes, the offer still stands. You meant what you said about the marriage being in name only? Bre's brow raised, telling him in no uncertain terms she'd walk away if he'd been dishonest. Raising his hands in surrender, Hunter nodded. I'll be the perfect gentleman. I'd like for you to move into my house, if only so you can finally have a comfortable bed and good food. I currently have 2 rooms with no one in them. You can take your pick, and I'll get one of the mattresses I read about online to help with some of the pain and stiffness lupus can cause. Her eyes widened. You researched lupus? Honestly, he wasn't sure he'd ever researched anything not related to loss so heavily in his life. He knew what foods and supplements helped lessen symptoms for some people, as well as the fact sun exposure could trigger flares if a body wasn't careful. His online shopping carts already held everything they'd need, even down to a large umbrella for his patio picnic table, if only she'd say yes. I don't go into things lightly. I know it seems sudden, and it is, but I don't do things without thinking them through. You've taken care of everyone else for years. It's time someone took care of you. Her shoulders relaxed as she studied him, apparently searching for some sort of dishonesty. She'd find none. What about Max? Max. The one hesitation he'd originally had to his plan. I'll be completely honest with you because I think you deserve it. I will probably be able to adopt Max without being married at some point. He's got some family who's being difficult about relinquishing rights, but he doesn't even live with them due to their home condition. Still, judges look favorably on adoptive families with both a mother and father in the household. I'm hopeful it will speed things along. You don't think it'll make things harder for him? Her concern for the boy she'd never met only made her more special in his eyes. I don't, but if it would make you feel better, I'm planning to drive into Bozeman after church tomorrow and hang out with him for the afternoon. You're welcome to join us. Chapter 8. Bre's heart picked up a little bit as the buildings of Bozeman appeared in the car's windshield the next day. In all the time she'd lived in Montana, she'd never gotten used to the beauty she encountered with every drive. Green, lush pastures leading right up to the base of imposing mountains so beautiful they made her chest hurt a little with the wonder of them. It wasn't uncommon to see a mama bear with her cubs or a moose walking near the trees, their forest home to awe-inspiring wildlife, beautiful despite the fact she'd prefer not to get too close to any of them. They'd had a normal church service that morning, and she'd barely spoken to Hunter amidst her nerves regarding the big decisions she'd made, but now those nerves had her heart threatening to burst out of her chest. Cam had preached on taking all our thoughts captive, treating our emotions like we might a small child in a car. He urged them not to throw them in the trunk and try and forget about them, but also not to let them drive the car. He spoke of King David, Moses, Elijah, Peter, and other biblical characters who'd allowed their emotions and present circumstances to lead them into sin. It had convicted Bre, as she realized how much her circumstances had stolen her joy in a slow leak over the last year. Rather than condemnation, Cam had closed the sermon with an invitation to ask the Lord to help them all make decisions based on the wisdom which came only from Him. She'd agreed to marry Hunter, and as soon as they had their marriage license, they would become man and wife. It was the only way forward she could see, but she prayed often God would open another door if this wasn't the one she was meant to walk through. Bre settled her head back on the seat, her neck sore and her fingers tingly as the SUV rolled smoothly down the road. The flare she'd been expecting had absolutely come, and she'd changed into a hat and long sleeves to pair with jeans for their trip. Hunter was an active guy, and Max was an 8-year-old boy. They'd probably want to do something active and in the sunshine if she had to guess. Plus, this way she'd not have to explain the rashy spots popping up on her arms. Are you sure you're up for this? Hunter had been quiet for most of the ride, and she'd almost dozed off a couple of times during the 2 hours they'd driven from Reindeer Pass. I know you've had a lot of stress, which can trigger a lupus flare. Her first instinct at his concern was to bat it away in annoyance, but honestly it was nice to finally let someone else into her mess. It was pretty much inevitable, but I'll call Micah tomorrow and see if he'll prescribe me a steroid to hopefully kick it quicker. At least the flare wasn't anywhere near as debilitating as they'd been before she'd switched medications. Those days just putting one foot in front of the other had felt like moving through peanut butter, the only relief brought by Epsom salt baths back when she'd still had her apartment. Hunter didn't speak for a moment, but his hand clenched on the wheel. "Hunter," she said as she reached over to place her hand on his free arm. "I'm okay. I need to meet Max before we go into this marriage. It's important." That much was the truth. How long they stay married, she couldn't say. He'd mentioned she was always welcome to leave if she wanted, but wasn't divorce something God hated? This decision, the only one she could see in which her life wouldn't completely fall apart and send all the precious animals in her care into dangerous situations, wasn't without its complications. Even though Hunter had agreed to a marriage in name only, she'd always viewed marriage as a covenant not to be entered into lightly. Right now, with the weight of everything else bearing down on her, she couldn't think about that. No, she couldn't dwell on the guilt of her choices when no others presented themselves. At least none she could live with. They drove a few more minutes with Bre dozing on and off, her belly comfortably full after the lunch Hunter had bought them on the way out of town. What was it about a burger and fries that always hit the spot? Hunter made the last few turns before turning down a pretty street on the outskirts of the city, the road lined with trees and houses filled with children and their parents enjoying the afternoon sun. "This is such a nice neighborhood," Bre observed. "Yes, his foster parents at this placement have been great. It's why I'm not pushing for emergency placement right now, something a whole lot harder with his aunt and uncle not willing to sign the papers for him to be adopted yet." That didn't make any sense. His parents were in prison, and his aunt and uncle didn't even have physical custody. Why do his aunt and uncle get a say since he doesn't live with them? Hunter sighed deeply. The system is broken, for one. They don't have physical custody of him because their home isn't anywhere near suitable for a child to live in, but their legal custody is a different matter. I suspect they're being difficult in the hopes I'll pay them off, but that could ultimately end up with Max in an even worse situation if the judge found out. More or less, I'm waiting them out until they get tired of the ruse. In the meantime, I try to see Max a couple of times a month, and I call him at least 3 or 4 times a week. He pulled into the driveway of a cute house with 4 children playing football with a man who appeared to be Max's foster dad. 2 of the kids looked just like the man, their chocolate brown skin and wide smiles nearly identical. The other 2 children were white, one little boy with red hair and a little blonde girl in the cutest twirly dress despite their game. "Hunter." The redhead squealed and flew into Hunter's arms just as he'd barely exited the SUV, while his foster father paused their game and approached with a friendly smile. "Hey, Hunter," the man said with a wave. "He's been talking about your visit all morning. I cleared it with his social worker already, so you're welcome to keep him through dinner." It was only then he noticed Bre, and his brow rose a fraction. "Who's your friend?" Hunter rounded the car, still holding Max where the boy had jumped into his arms. "This is Bre Taylor, my fiancé." The words slammed into Bre like a brick wall, but they were technically true. "Bre, this is Max and John." "Hi, Max," Bre said as she stepped forward towards the wide-eyed boy and his equally shocked foster dad. "Hi, John." Like Hunter said, "I'm Bre, and I've heard a lot of really cool things about you, Max." She turned her attention back to the boy and his t-shirt with a superhero dog on it. "Your shirt is so cool, buddy. Is that a specific character, or do you just really like dogs?" "I just really like dogs," Max said as he held out his shirt. "I like them better than most people." With a shrug, Max looked back at John. "Can I go, Mr. John?" "I called his social worker earlier to let her know Bre would be with me," Hunter said quickly. She said it was fine. Relief spread over John's face, replaced by his easygoing smile once more. "Have fun, bud. We'll see you around 8. "Bre, it was nice to meet you." Max is good as gold, but he had ice cream after lunch, so I hope you brought your energy. Dread threatened due to her flares, exhaustion, and general soreness, but this was bigger than her. I'm ready. With that, Max let out a whoop and bounced towards the back seat of Hunter's SUV. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Thankfully, the day Hunter had planned for them didn't require too much physically from Bre. They went to a laser tag place first, and she was able to have a good time despite moving slowly and being unable to duck behind too many of the obstacles. At one point, she did take a rest in one of the tunnels, resulting in her winning the round due to the guys shooting at each other the whole time. After that, they played games at the attached arcade. She'd actually gotten so into the games of her childhood that she forgot about her own issues for a little while. Max was so easy to like, upbeat with an infectious laughter despite all he'd been through. It inspired her, especially in light of her own short stint in the system and the knowledge of what it could be like for some kids. After the games, they'd settled in for pizza, and Max regaled them with tales about how his first baseball season had gone the spring before. He'd apparently been at his current foster home since January, and while she hadn't met the wife, John had seemed incredibly kind and good with the kids. Yeah, Max said as he started in on his third piece of pepperoni pizza. I think I'm gonna get a home run next year. That's my goal, anyway. John said he'd teach me to slide too, if I wanted. I mean, if I'm still here next spring. He stared hopefully at Hunter. They have baseball in Reindeer Pass too, right, Hunter? They sure do, buddy. Hey, slow down a little on that pizza. I don't want to take you home sick to your stomach. Max leaned back and patted his stomach. I'm a growing boy, Hunter. Tell him, Bre. Giggling, Bre studied the two of them together. I think Hunter's right. Stuffing yourself like a Thanksgiving turkey is bound to make you uncomfortable tonight. Max found her analogy hilarious, and his giggles got hers going as well. I like her, Hunter. You better not mess this one up. You're sure you're ready to do this? Hunter stared at Bre that Friday afternoon outside the courthouse, both of them prepared to go in and file their paperwork to become man and wife. In fact, it was the paperwork which caused them to have to wait past Monday morning. I know you said you were, but I don't want you to feel like I'm forcing you into anything. Hunter, you're the one doing this to help me. How would you be forcing me into anything? I don't know. I want you to be sure. Seeing her with Max yesterday had stirred something in him, something he didn't really want to explore too extensively at the moment. As they ate their pizza, Max reminded him 2 more times not to mess things up with Bre. He'd begun to wonder what it would feel like for the 3 of them to be a real family. The social worker had been surprised to hear him use the term fiancé, as had John and his wife, Kara, but all of them had wished him well and appeared to trust him to know what he was doing. Max loved her, but Hunter had known he would. He'd been a little worried the sudden news might hurt the kids' feelings, as he'd not met Bre yet, but he didn't seem the slightest bit bothered. They decided to have their friends over that evening and tell them everything, not wanting to add dishonesty on top of everything else. Still, as they stood on the sidewalk in front of the 2-story brick building which housed Reindeer Pass's courthouse, he knew he had to be sure. Bre reached forward and took his hand, her simple green dress one she often wore to church, and he'd always thought looked beautiful on her. I'm fine. Let's do this. With a deep breath, Hunter drew strength from the beautiful blue eyes before him. Could I pray for us before we go in? Bre, somehow far calmer than him about this whole thing, smiled softly. Please do. As they bowed their heads standing on the sidewalk, Hunter allowed his prayer to flow from his heart. He prayed God would guide them in the coming days, and he'd bless their unconventional marriage with the grace only he could give. Taking her hand, Hunter led them up the steps and through the thick double doors to the area where they'd take their vows. Vows. Even the word felt big and as important as it really was. He'd told Bre she could leave at any time. He'd meant it, but the idea didn't sit right with him as they approached the desk. 10 minutes later, with a signed marriage license in hand, Hunter led Bre back down the steps of the courthouse. Well, that's it then. Why was this so awkward? Ever since he'd apologized for the way he'd spoken to her at Paws and Claws that day, they'd not experienced anything like it. In fact, he'd gone by the shelter twice to bring her lunch that week, and both interactions had been pleasant. I guess it is. I guess I'll head back to the shelter to get my stuff and meet you at your house before everyone comes over for dinner. Bre shifted her weight from one foot to the other, casting her eyes downward and to the left. She appeared to be feeling a little better since Micah had called in a steroid prescription for her, though he could still see the hint of a rash on her arms and hands. Do you need any help with the cooking? They'd invited everyone over for dinner to announce their news, saving them from having to tell the story over and over. Bre had decided to come clean with everyone about her lupus and update everyone on the details about her grandfather's condition from his hospital stay. Let me help you get your things. I don't want you having to lift all that and putting yourself back into a flare. We're just having pizza delivered tonight, so I don't have to do anything. He'd planned to do a last clean of the rental he'd rented from Micah and Sarah, but it wouldn't be a problem. For better or worse, Hunter was a little bit of a neat freak. He had been since he was a child, and he'd be lying if he said it wasn't at least partially due to the upheaval he'd experienced before his mother married his stepfather. Okay. Lauren said she'd take the evening chores tonight, so I just have to get my stuff. 2 hours later, the smell of pizza permeating the air in his house, they stared down the group of friends who'd come to be family to Bre in the time she'd lived there. He had no doubt, beyond even Jeff and Lauren, they'd come to mean the same to him. His brother and the woman who'd one day be his sister-in-law sat on the love seat together, Jeff's arms stretched around Lauren's shoulders. Hannah, Sarah, and Harper all sat on the couch with their men behind them. Hannah munched on a chocolate chip cookie she'd brought from the bakery, the snacking apparently necessary to ward off her pregnancy nausea. Felicity and Robert sat on the floor with their backs to his coffee table, as did Chris and Kayla. Okay, guys, Jeff said as they all got seated. Put us out of our misery. What's going on? Best to rip the bandage off. Bre and I got married this afternoon. We'll explain why, but please hear us out before you speak. Various states of shock showed on the faces around the room. All three women on the couch had dropped their jaws, Hannah still with a bite of cookie in her mouth. Robert and Felicity sat wide-eyed on the floor, while Cam's brow furrowed almost as hard as Micah's. Jace and Jeff both wore unreadable expressions, but Lauren's lip quirked up in the tiniest grin. Smacking Jeff playfully on the stomach, she turned to him. I told you. Wait, Harper said as she momentarily recovered. You knew? How long have you two been together? Micah crossed his arms over his chest, his expression anything but friendly as he stared Hunter down. I'd like to know that myself. Wait, Bre said as others opened their mouths to speak. We told you we'd explain, and we will. For the next few minutes, Bre launched into her explanation of all that had happened in her life over the past year. Harper and Micah weren't shocked, as they already knew about her lupus diagnosis. So did Lauren, though she apparently hadn't known the details about the adrenal crisis, which put Bre in the hospital. When she'd finished, she held her hands in front of her. Now, feel free to ask questions. Micah looked like he was biting the inside of his cheek so hard he might draw blood, but there was only so much he could say in the group without violating Bre's patient rights. There are medication grant programs and coupons we can use. Have you been paying full price all this time? No, Bre said. I've applied for everything possible and either already get the coupons or don't qualify for the grant due to my income. Unfortunately, that income is mostly drained from Grandpa's care facility or bills at the shelter. The hospital was even kind and worked with me to lower my bill from my stay as much as possible, but it's still so expensive when you pile it all together. Micah nodded, clearly troubled with the problems his patient had been facing without his knowledge. I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more for you. His wife, Sarah, reached back and took his hand as Bre shook her head. No, you give me my life back. This infusion means I can do the work I love to do and still have energy most days. The price of it isn't your fault, and your clinic has been more than generous. So, Jace said as he crossed his arms over his chest. How does this play out legally? Is it not insurance fraud? Before Hunter could answer, both Micah and Harper shook their heads. No, the doctor replied. You'd be surprised how many people end up in this situation. Marriages for the sake of insurance aren't ideal, but they're not illegal at this point. He's right, Hunter spoke up. I checked before even suggesting it to Bre. It's like I told her. She's been taking care of everyone and everything else for way too long. It's time someone else took care of her. Hannah fanned her face, swallowing another bite of her cookie. I'm too hormonal for you to say such sweet things. You're going to make me cry. Her husband placed his hands on her shoulders and kissed her head. Well, in that case, I guess this is where we congratulate you guys? He said it like a question, but at least the men in the room weren't looking at Hunter like they wanted to kill him. We'll take it, Bre said cheerfully as she lifted a box of pizza from the counter. Now, you guys eat up because we really don't need to be eating pizza for a week. Once everyone had gone through the line and each one of them had all but threatened Hunter if he hurt Bre, the two of them sat at the table with their plates. That went better than I thought it would. Same, Bre replied. I really thought Kayla was going to pull out her boxing skills on you. Also at the table, Kayla snorted from her spot next to Lauren. I considered it, but I'm glad I heard you out. What I'd like to know is how Lauren already knew. Next to her at the table, Lauren grinned as she placed her slice of Meat Lover's pizza back on the plate. She settled back in her chair, shooting a knowing look in Bre's direction before launching into her explanation. Well, first, I've been rooting for these two to get together since the day she met him and fell into a cow patty because she was so awestruck by his rugged good looks. Lauren laughed as Jeff shook his head next to her. I knew what Bre was dealing with, and I also saw the letters about the increased rent and rejected shelter grant in the trash. Of course, I knew Bre had been living at the shelter for a while, and I knew Jeff well enough to know he'd have done the exact same thing if I'd been in her situation. Hunter's not the only Banks brother with a hero complex. His brother nodded, his expression showing all the agreement he needed to. When she left in her green dress today, it didn't take me long to figure out. Lauren shrugged, reaching her hand across the table to take Bre's. I'm happy for you too. Hunter's right. It's time someone took care of you. Good timing too, since we've got that pet adoption event tomorrow and we could use an extra guy there to help us set up. Husbands and boyfriends are part of our unpaid labor force, after all. Chapter 9. So wait, Hunter said as he carried two adorably lazy bulldog mixes into the town square behind Lauren's oldest son, Will. These guys go in that pen over there? He jerked his head towards the one holding a few of the smaller dogs. Or the medium-sized one? Bre giggled, approaching Butter and Rolls to give them their obligatory pets on the head. Actually, they can hang out in the tent. They won't move once they get settled, and this way they can stay out of the sun. Butter and Rolls were brothers, part of a litter of puppies who'd ended up on the doorstep of the shelter 2 years ago. All the rest had been adopted out, but these two had always refused to put on a show of charming the visitors who came looking to adopt. Not to mention, they were bonded at this point, and they really needed to go to their forever home together. They were dogs, though, and Bre knew some elderly person needing a companion would love them. You got it, boss. Hunter placed the boys gently on the ground, their leashes more ornamental than anything. Both of them would sooner plop themselves down on the ground and roll over for belly rubs than walk even a few blocks from the shelter to the town square. He helped Will get the 3 larger dogs the kid had on leashes into the larger dog enclosure before making his way to where Bre flipped through her adoption files. Did you put on plenty of sunscreen? Chocolate brown eyes watched her with concern, glancing up at her baseball cap and long sleeves. I did, but thank you for asking. I need to spend as much time as I can under the tent today, though, or all the progress I made with those steroids will wear off. With the olive skin she'd been blessed with, it had taken some time for Bre to get in the habit of wearing sunscreen every day. She never really burned, only tanned, so keeping her skin protected from the sun wasn't usually her first instinct. Hunter's concern might have surprised Bre had she not spent the night before in the guest room at his house. The care he'd taken with the whole place had nearly brought her to tears for what felt like the umpteenth time in a week. The bathroom attached to her bedroom was full of supplements, Epsom salts in various scents, herbal teas, and a host of other things he'd read about to help her in the midst of a flare. He'd also included pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter topical creams, and a fully stocked vanity of relatively generic toiletries. He'd encouraged her to check them all with Micah and make sure nothing would interact with anything she was already taking, but it meant the world. He'd done so much. She wasn't picky when it came to soaps, shampoos, toothpaste, and the like, so it saved her from having to go to the store and stock up anytime soon. She'd not had the opportunity to use any of it the night before, but the gesture was incredibly kind nonetheless. "Good," Hunter replied. "If you're starting to feel it, let me know. I can take over under Lauren's watch." As though summoned by her name, her friend appeared by her side and slung her arm around Bre's shoulders. "We'll take good care of her. You guys are welcome to go explore the other pop-ups at the carnival, but make sure you're back by noon so you can help pack up." Lauren's son, Ben, pumped his fist in the air. "Sweet. I'm gonna go get some nachos." "Dude," Jeff laughed as he jogged after the already moving 6-year-old. "It's like 9 in the morning." Will shook his head. "Never too early for nachos." "He's not wrong," Bre said with a snort. "It's always nacho o'clock in my world." As the rest of the guys made their way towards the other vendors, games, and rides, Micah's wife, Sarah, had planned for the end of summer bash. Hunter stayed where he was. "I'm good here. I'll help out in case you ladies need an errand boy." "That's code 4, Lauren said without even an attempt to cover her grin. "He'll stay and mother you to make sure you don't do too much." Hunter adjusted the baseball cap on his own head, the one which somehow made him look even more handsome with his casual shorts and t-shirt than he did in his suits. "Guilty. Plus, I bet today's the day Lucy and Ethel are going to their new homes, and I'd like to get to know them a little before that happens." Strutting off towards the bearded dragon's cages, Hunter squatted down beside Lucy's. "I hear you girls like to cause these ladies trouble, but I don't believe a word of it. You're too cute." "You're definitely going home with the bearded dragon by the end of this," Lauren said with a snort as she nudged Bre's side. "Your husband's smitten." The word husband stopped Bre in her tracks where she'd been using the hose to fill a few of the water bowls she'd placed in each enclosure. It was accurate, as they'd taken their vows and turned in their paperwork. Still, as the morning went, it felt easier and easier to believe this thing with Hunter could actually be real. He wasn't just kind and attentive, but he thought ahead for things she might need. He brought her water bottles multiple times throughout the morning, lifted any and all dogs folks wanted to get a better look at so she didn't have to bend down. And he even carried Lucy and Ethel's cages to the bakery owner Becca's car when her daughter decided it was her life's dream to own 2 ornery bearded dragons. Despite Lauren's earlier teasing she'd go home with a bearded dragon, their shenanigans at the shelter meant Bre wasn't too broken up about her friend's prediction being wrong. As for Butter and Rolls, their forever home came in the most unlikely of places, the town busybody and all-around grump named Janice Peabody. She owned the antique store, the one with the creepy gargoyles out front, between the bakery and Hunter's new office space, but apparently her dislike of virtually everyone didn't extend to lazy dogs. From the moment she laid eyes on the 2 of them, Mrs. Janice all but melted into a puddle only accomplished by the right pet and owner combination. She adopted them both, and Hunter earned the honor of carrying both of them back to her car so they could go see their new home. In fact, they'd had a banner day at the adoption event, with over 30 of the animals she'd brought being adopted out. Within a few more months, the precious mastiff who'd bonded with Lauren named Bruno would be ready to go to a new home as well. It would coincide nicely with her graduating from the Women's and Children's Shelter program she'd been participating in, and it wouldn't surprise Bre if she and Jeff got engaged before the year was out. For the time being, though, Lauren was looking forward to finding a small rental for herself and her boys. After the abusive husband she came to Reindeer Pass to escape, she wanted to make it on her own for a little while. Jeff was perfect for her, understanding her need to take things slower than he would probably like after their long friendship. Bre had grown distracted thinking about all the exciting things going on in their lives and didn't notice the man approach from behind to tap her on the shoulder. "Hi, ma'am. Sorry to bother you. It looks like you're the one in charge." The man was tall, blonde, with a red polo shirt and khaki shorts. He wore boat shoes, though where he planned to go boating she had no clue, and his smile held the confidence of a man who easily charmed women. "That's me, Bre Taylor." Wait, was she still Bre Taylor? She hadn't legally changed her name to Bre Banks. Did she plan to? That felt more like future Bre's problem. "Are you looking to adopt a pet?" The guy took a step closer than was necessary in polite conversation, making a show of studying her face beneath her hat. "Aren't you hot in those long sleeves and pants? Seems like a girl who looks like you would want to show off a little bit." Bre's mouth dropped open at the man's audacity, but before she could get a word out, a gentle but firm hand landed on each of her shoulders. "Hey there, man," Hunter's deep voice said as he lightly massaged her shoulders. "Can I help you with something? We've still got plenty of animals left who need to find their forever homes." He didn't speak with malice, but Bre could still feel the slightest bit of tension rolling off her husband of one day. "In fact, I bet you'd like to see our ball python Chester. He's a really good cuddler." The guy's eyes widened, and he took a step back. No. I think I'm good. Actually, I just remembered I have a thing." Boat shoes turned on his heel and walked so fast Bre thought he might take flight as she burst into laughter. "We didn't even bring Chester," she said as she turned to face Hunter. "He doesn't like crowds." He shrugged, the twinkle in his eyes betraying him. "My bad. Now, I know you haven't had lunch yet, and there are 3 food trucks out here. Your choice, my treat. Lauren, you too. Jeff'll skin me if I let either of you get hungry." Music to my ears, Lauren replied with a salute. "I'll take whatever she's having, and I'll take mine with extra cheese." By the time they'd packed everything up and Jeff and the boys had helped Hunter get everything back to the shelter, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bre kept stretching her neck and wiggling her fingers as though they were bothering her, but he'd not yet had a moment to ask her about how she was feeling. "Thank you guys so much for your help," Bre said as she plopped onto a box of dog food and leaned her head against the wall at Paws and Claws. "There's no way we could have done it all by ourselves." Hunter had no doubt the stubborn woman would have found a way, but he kept his mouth shut. Jeff, on the other hand, had no such qualms. "You could have, and you would have, but you don't have to." He wrapped his arm around Lauren and pressed a kiss to her hair. "You," Ben said with an exaggerated gag. "I thought we said to save the lovey-dovey stuff for when we weren't around." "You be quiet," Brady chastised as he threw a rag at his brother. "Mom's finally happy. She deserves it." Lauren clearly fought back tears even as she smiled. "I am really happy, guys, but you 3 are a big part of it too." She pulled Brady, Will, and Ben into a group hug with her and Jeff, the 5 of them the family his brother had always deserved. "Guys," Bre said as she fanned her face. "I am entirely too tired for you to be this sweet right now. You're going to make me cry. We need to get home and get everyone's back to school stuff organized anyway," Lauren replied. "Bre, are you sure you don't have anything left to do this afternoon we could help with?" They'd managed to adopt out over 30 pets by the time all was said and done, and Hunter knew she'd want to clean their cages sooner rather than later to spread out some of those who were sharing and make room for new intakes. Still, the woman was clearly exhausted, her slumped shoulders a sure sign of an impending crash. He'd done his best to keep her out of the sun all day, but neither of them had been entirely successful. "You're free. Go home and enjoy the rest of this beautiful day." Bre stood stiffly and tried to hide her wince as she raised her arm to ruffle Ben's hair. "Try to keep the rest of them in line, okay, bud?" "I'll try, Miss Bre," Ben said with a heavy sigh. "None of them listen to me." "That's because they don't recognize your brilliance yet," she mock-whispered. "It'll come." As the brothers began ribbing each other again about Ben's so-called brilliance and Lauren and Jeff followed them hand in hand to the parking lot, Bre all but collapsed back on the box. "You can head back to your house if you want. I've got to file this paperwork and input it into the system, but I'll be home around dinner." "Question," Hunter said as he leaned against the front counter. "On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being basically dead and 10 being the best you've ever felt, how bad do you feel right now? Be honest." Bre stared at him for a moment before slumping in what looked like defeat. "A 4 or 5 maybe. I'm not dead, but I've been better." If he suggested she hold off on the work until Monday, there was no way she'd do it. Plus, as a business owner himself, he knew it would put her behind. "Then, if you'll allow me, I'd like to make a suggestion." Her brow raised, but she gestured for him to continue. "Why don't we get your laptop and bring it back to our place?" He didn't like how she'd used the term his house, but it wasn't something he'd mention at the moment. Of course, she wouldn't feel at home there yet. She'd only spent one night. "You soak your sore muscles in some of the bath stuff I got you and have some dinner. Then, tomorrow after church, you can lay in the bed or sit on the couch and finish it. I'll even help you if you'll just show me how to use the system. I can even go over to the shelter and clean out cages if you need me to." He'd prefer to do it all himself so she didn't have to worry about it, but there was no way she'd let him. Together, maybe they could knock the tasks out quickly so she could rest for the day. Bre blinked, shoulders slumping even further as she stretched her hands again. "Yeah, actually, that sounds really great. My hands and feet are tingling, which tells me I'm definitely about to have a full-blown flare. The cage cleaning can wait until Monday since we did it yesterday, and it might give me time to nip it. Hopefully, it'll only last a day or two, but pushing now will only make it worse." It was a little bit of a miracle how easy she'd been to convince, but that hardened his resolve even further that she must feel awful. Her guess of a 4 or 5 was probably closer to a 3, but he'd expected her to underestimate her exhaustion a little. Taking care of Bre, even when she fought him on it, was going to become incredibly important to him. It was more than that. The guy at the adoption event that morning had been weird, albeit not outwardly threatening. Still, Hunter had seen red, and it was as though a force other than himself had propelled him forward to step into a situation she absolutely could have handled. "Good," he said as he held out a hand to help her up. "Let's head home." As they moved through the door and she locked up behind them, Hunter squeezed her hand softly. If he got her a ring, something to at least deter guys who might mistakenly think they had a chance with her, would she wear it? Or would she place an end date on their marriage, one he had no intention of ending himself? He'd been honest, she could leave whenever she wanted, but it wouldn't be him initiating any divorce. In a culture where love usually came before marriage, they'd done things backwards for the sake of her health and well-being. He didn't regret it for a moment, but the idea of her calling things off settled in his gut like a brick. Somehow, despite their completely upside-down and whirlwind courtship, Hunter found himself caring more about Bre than he ever had about Victoria. The woman had tried to call twice that morning, apparently to convince him to come see her in Los Angeles, but there'd been no pull whatsoever to pick up the phone. As the lock clicked into place, Bre looked up at Hunter, her expression more vulnerable than he'd seen her aside from the times she'd fallen apart at the hospital. "Thank you. You didn't have to do any of this, but thank you." The fatigue and pain was clear in her eyes and in her posture, but so was the gratitude. As Jeff had with Lauren earlier, Hunter leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his wife's hair. "It's my pleasure, sweetheart. I told you. It's time someone took care of you." Chapter 10. The warm water on Bre's skin felt like absolute heaven after a long day in the sunshine despite her best efforts. The Epsom salt smelled like lavender, like a blanket to her sense of smell as much as to her sense of touch. Hunter had even placed a few candles in the bathroom, ones with similar relaxing scents, so she turned out the light and relied on the afternoon's sunshine through the frosted window and the flickering candle on the counter. How had she been a married woman for over 24 hours? The whole thing felt surreal, even as she eased her sore body and calmed the nerves firing in her tingling hands with the touch of bubble bath she'd included in the water. How long had it been since she'd had a bath? Paws and Claws had an industrial shower in one of their storage closets for times when the dogs got Bre or Lauren so dirty they couldn't stand it. It did the job, but nothing about it was relaxing or pleasant. Even now, as she ran the salon-style shampoo from the roots of her sadly neglected hair to the tips, it all felt wrong, somehow. Lord, she prayed silently as she leaned back in the bathtub and allowed the salts to work their magic. I don't know how to do this. I'm always the one caring for others. She was self-aware enough to know her aversion to being helped was silly, but what were the next steps supposed to be? I don't want to take advantage of Hunter, but all this was his idea. Guide me, Lord, even if I've done something wrong in agreeing to this marriage. If I have, I'm sorry, but I need your guidance now more than ever. About a half hour later, Bre rose from her bath and donned the thick robe Hunter had placed on the back of the door. It was green, and it still had the tags on the belt. Soft against her skin, Bre relished the feel of it as she braided her long brown hair to keep it from going wild when she collapsed into the bed. The night before, she'd noticed how soft the bed was, perfect in terms of how it molded to her body. If nothing else, the bed would help the aches and pains of her flares. The sheets were soft and somehow comfortably cool despite the thickness of the comforter on top. It was only now, as she studied the room in the light of day, Bre noticed all the touches in the room. Had he done all this for her? The walls were a muted sage color, not too different from her robe, with white trim and ceiling. The floors were some sort of wood-styled vinyl, pretty and durable enough for animals in a way which could be tricky with real wood. The bed itself was white, the thick comforter white as well. The rug on the floor held a few different warm earth tones, but it was the paintings on the walls that gave her pause. They were all of animals running or playing in the wilderness, all of them happy and understated enough they didn't stand out as tacky against the calm vibe of the room. The lamps had wooden retriever mixes as their bases, quirky but somehow perfect for the space. White, gauzy curtains had been pulled back from the window, the sight she knew she'd never tire of. This house, the one Sarah had lived in until she married Micah, overlooked Reindeer Pass as it was a little ways up the mountain. Even now, as the sun still lit up the town below, the expansive beauty of Montana and its distant fields and mountains provided the backdrop of dreams. Micah and Sarah lived across the street in the house he'd grown up in, as his parents had decided to downsize into a townhouse downtown when they'd moved back. Down the street, Robert and Felicity had purchased one of the other homes on her side of the road, and the rumor mill had been going about Cam doing the same in preparation for a hopeful engagement between him and Harper. As Bre drifted off to sleep, cocooned in her bed as though it might somehow protect her from all the bad things in the world, she fell into a peaceful sleep. Hunter paced back and forth by his front window for what felt like the 10th time in the last minute. Where was Micah Kane? What was taking him so long to get home? Checking his watch again, Hunter huffed out a breath. Bre had been asleep for 4 hours, or at least that's what he assumed she was doing. The bedroom door had been closed since she went in for a bath, but for all he knew she'd passed out and drowned in there. Did lupus make people pass out? Could it give you a heart attack? She'd had to go to the hospital and be admitted back in the winter. Should he call an ambulance? No, she was just sleeping. At least, that's all he prayed it was. Finally, Micah's truck came ambling down the road at a respectable but far too low speed for Hunter's patience. Flying out the door and into the yard, Hunter knew he was overreacting. Still, there wasn't a shred of self-control left after hours of web searches yielding worst-case scenarios and an overactive imagination. Hunter waved his hands above his head. No time to be embarrassed, he could deal with that later. Thankfully, Micah spotted him and pulled into their driveway rather than the one across the street. Sarah got out first, but Micah was right behind her from the driver's side. "Hunter, what's wrong?" Her brows knit together in concern, but it wasn't Sarah he needed. "I'm afraid Bre's really sick." I tried to call you, but there was no answer. Micah pulled his phone from his pocket and winced. Dude, you called me 6 times. I'm really sorry. I usually turn my phone on Do Not Disturb when I'm with my family and not on call. A couple of folks at the hospital are on my list to let through because they only call me in an emergency about one of my patients. He straightened, his whole countenance changing as he flipped into Dr. Kane mode. What's going on with her? The whole story spilled out, how they'd done the pet adoption event that morning on the square, followed by her absolute exhaustion afterwards at the shelter. I convinced her to come home and take a long bath, but that was 4 hours ago. She could be napping, and I didn't want to go in there and wake her up if she is, but I just realized I have no idea how to do this. In the moment, he realized how silly he sounded. Why couldn't he have opened the door and checked to make sure she was asleep? Still, if she had been, was it really okay to sleep for as long as she had? Did it mean there was something else going on? Hunter was so far out of his depth he couldn't even see straight, more comfortable navigating the waters of international law than he being a caregiver to the woman presumably asleep inside his house. Sarah bit her lip, clearly trying to keep from smiling. I think I'll let you deal with this, Micah. Hunter, I made some cookies last night. I'm going to bring them over in a little bit. I'm sure when Bre wakes up, a little sugar will make things better. She winked at her husband before turning to cross the street to their house. Compassionately, but with the same amusement his wife had fought, Micah approached Hunter and placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's go inside, and I'll check on Bre. Then, we'll have a discussion about what's normal for patients with her condition and how caregivers can help without smothering them. He grinned then. You've been Googling, haven't you? Hunter hung his head, staring at the ground as he thought of all the times he'd told his clients to stop using the internet as their law degrees. A little. I bet you found a lot of really helpful things mixed in with a lot of things that terrified you, right? Micah led them toward the front porch, gently opening the door and holding it for Hunter. The internet can be a blessing and a curse with chronic illness, Hunter. As a physician, I see it every day. Patients can glean vital insights into their health and changes to the standard of care I wouldn't see for months because I'm not as focused on their specific illness as they are. For others, they worry themselves needlessly about things that aren't likely when the much simpler explanation is the accurate one. I knew it was a bad idea, Hunter admitted in a whisper as they stopped at Bre's door. I want to help as much as I can. Micah smiled softly but didn't speak as he silently opened the door to Bre's room. There, in the bed with the covers pulled up to her chin, was Bre. She was beautiful, peaceful as the covers moved up and down in time with her breath. Micah approached, gently placing his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. She only stirred a little before settling again. Gesturing to the door, Micah started moving that direction. Hunter followed, a little reluctantly, and shut the door as softly as the doctor had opened it. So, I spent the last 4 hours working myself into a panic over nothing, didn't I? You did, but you're not the first one to do so. They'd gotten seated in the living room when Micah settled back on the sofa. What do you know about lupus? Hunter took a deep breath of relief. She was okay. She'd be okay. I know it's an autoimmune condition that looks different for everyone. I know it manifests in flares, and the sun can exacerbate symptoms. He named off a laundry list of those symptoms before moving into the scarier aspects of the disease. I also know lupus can cause kidney damage, adrenal crisis, cardiovascular disease, and affect the brain and nervous system. It can, Micah admitted. Bre is young and otherwise healthy. She's diligent about her medication, and she lets us know when she feels a flare coming on. I won't sugarcoat the facts. Lupus can be a tough and unrelenting disease, but to this point, Bre is managing well. All symptoms do not appear for all patients, and many go on to live full and long lives. Not to mention, medical advancements happen every day, and it's possible for patients to go into remission for months or even years. The doctor sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I'm sure she's told you about her episode in November, but that was a combination of factors in addition to the fact she hadn't even been diagnosed yet. Now, she's on a medication that's working very well for her, and I took her labs a couple of weeks ago. Everything looked great, and I'm only telling you that because you're her husband and caregiver, though I might be risking my job by doing so. A groggy voice sounded from the hallway. Don't worry, I won't see you, Micah. I probably wouldn't be allowed in the bakery anymore if I did that, and that would be a fate worse than death. She chuckled, her hair pulled into a damp braid and her rosy cheeks a little less patchy than earlier. How long did I sleep? About 4 hours, according to your very concerned husband. Micah stood, heading towards the door as Hunter spotted Sarah coming back across the street holding what he really hoped was a plate of cookies. My professional suggestion for you two is you have an honest conversation with each other about how lupus manifests in you specifically, Bre. What he can expect, when he should worry, and what's just part of your new normal. Hunter, you need to learn how to be a caretaker for her. Find out what she needs and what she doesn't. This is all so new for you. What are you willing and able to do? Where are your boundaries considering you've only known each other for a month? Micah said nothing with malice or judgment, but every word of his practical advice was delivered with honest concern. A knock at the door halted their conversation, the smell of chocolate chip cookies wafting in as soon as he opened the door. Now, Micah said as he took the plate from his wife and handed it to Hunter. We'll get out of your hair. I'm sure you two have a series of conversations ahead of you. Bre, you've got my number if you ever need me. Hunter, feel free to call or text anytime if you're worried. I'll add you to my free to disturb list. With that, Micah winked and shut the door behind them. A little embarrassed, but mostly relieved, Hunter turned to look at his new wife. I may have overreacted a little when you slept so long. Whatever he expected Bre to do or say, it wasn't to close the distance between them and wrap her arms around him in a hug that felt like coming home after a long winter. I'm not great at being taken care of, so I didn't think to tell you what to expect. Thank you for worrying about me. A little stunned and a little confused, but finally at peace, Hunter wrapped his arms around the woman wrapped in the fluffiest robe he'd ever seen. I'll do it as long as you'll let me. In that moment, as he placed his chin atop her damp hair and let the smell of lavender lull him into an even deeper sense of calm, he realized how much he meant those words. Chapter 11. Bre stood outside Grandpa's memory care facility, doing her best to control her shuddering breaths and shaky hands. It had been 3 weeks since his stroke, but every visit they'd had since had felt like scaling a mountain to walk inside. This time, married for all of 2 weeks, Hunter stood beside her with a tight hold on her hand. You ready, sweetheart? The endearment, one they'd fallen into so easily she couldn't even remember the first time he'd called her that, bolstering her. It all felt a little unbelievable, how well they'd gotten along over the past 2 weeks, but Bre knew better than to believe the honeymoon phase would last. At least on her part, she'd been tiptoeing around Hunter in an attempt not to bother him, not once mentioning how his tendency to leave cabinet doors open bothered her. He likely felt the same about the state of the bathroom she'd been using or the tendency of all her clothes to smell like animals until they went through a heavy soil load in the wash. Still, whatever their relationship was, it was a comfort as she stood staring at the one-story brick facility with the automatic locking doors and the alarm systems poised to shriek if one of the residents got out. He's been having a hard time since he came home from the hospital. I doubt he'll even remember me. He didn't last time. The way the words ripped the heart out of her chest. It physically hurt, watching the only family you have left fade further and further into something that would ultimately take his life. Hunter let go of her hand, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as though he knew exactly how close she was to dropping to the ground in a puddle of tears. I'm here with you and we'll do this together. I'm so sorry for all of it, Bre, but you're not alone. Armed with that knowledge, Bre stepped forward and pressed the button on the intercom. The receptionist's cheery voice welcomed her, clearly spotting her from the cameras. Hey, Bre, I'll buzz you right in. This was why Bre fought tooth and nail to pay Grandpa's bills here. It was pricey, but the state-run facility had made her want to run screaming in terror when she toured it. Even some of the cheaper places might have been okay, but they all felt so hospital-esque. Grandpa would have never been happy there, not after the beautiful life he'd shared with Grandma on their land. At least this facility had a large garden courtyard in the center of the square of buildings, safe for residents to wander freely to feed their souls with beauty. "Thanks, Liz," Bre said with as big a smile as she could muster. The desk sat front and center. The carpeted hallways were a stark contrast from the linoleum of the hospital. Was it harder to keep clean? Probably, but she appreciated the cozy feel nonetheless. "He's having a good day today, honey," Liz said. Katie even took him down to the pickleball courts earlier to watch Paul and Ken play against two of our orderlies. He laughed and laughed through the whole thing before he got tired and asked Katie to take him back for a nap. Good. Grandpa needed some joy in his life. He wasn't the type to stay in a room all morning, and the exercise options were another reason she'd chosen this facility. Not everyone with Alzheimer's or dementia was physically disabled. Many were, like her grandfather, but there'd been a time only a year or so ago when he'd still enjoyed a game of golf or a walk on the easier trails of the national park with her. "Thanks, Liz. That makes me happy to hear." Spirits bolstered a little more, Bre moved down the familiar path to Grandpa's room as Hunter trailed behind her. "This is it," she said as she stood in front of room 334. "Home sweet home." Hunter allowed her a few seconds to breathe deeply in silence before she placed her hand on the doorknob. With him at her back, Bre stepped through the door to hear an old Western grandpa had undoubtedly watched hundreds of times on the television. "There's my girl," he said with a wide smile. "Did you bring a friend or a bodyguard?" He eyed Hunter with equal parts wariness and amusement, apparently not remembering him from the hospital stay. "This is Hunter, Grandpa." She didn't add the part about him being her husband. Confusing the poor man further wouldn't be kind, and he'd probably assume he'd forgotten all about the wedding. Conditions like his were a constant dance between honesty and mercy in what got shared, and she didn't know if she'd ever really gotten the steps right. "I hear you watched a pickleball match this morning." "Did I ever?" Those yahoos think they're still 35, playing against kids about a third of their age. He burst into his familiar guffaw of laughter, regaling the two of them with a play-by-play of the match as though he'd never missed a beat. After roughly an hour-long visit, Grandpa's energy started to wane, and Bre knew it was time to call it a day. Hunter excused himself to use the restroom in the hallway, but she knew it was really giving her a moment alone with Grandpa. Sitting on the bed and taking his hand in hers, the dips, valleys, and discoloration such a stark contrast to her young and calloused one, she squeezed. "I'll be back later this week, Grandpa. Try to raise as much of a ruckus as you can in the meantime, okay?" The word, one she didn't hear often in this part of the country, was a favorite of Grandpa's. "I sure will, Wildflower," he said sleepily. "For what it's worth, I like your friend." He winked, the motion slow and tired, but the tiniest bit of his sparkle remained. "I love you more than all the stars in the sky." The phrases were their thing, something he'd started early in her time with them. When Bre had been a child, tossed to and fro due to her mother's bad decisions, she'd been angry upon first arriving in Montana. She'd had to leave what few friends she had to live with her grandparents on a little farm in the middle of nowhere. After a few days of sulking, Grandpa had taken her up to the scenic overlook in the national park, one which sat between the town she'd grown up in and Reindeer Pass. It was still, to this day, her favorite spot in the world. He'd told her to let out all her anger, even shouting to vent her frustration. He'd told her the Lord could take it, but he'd never leave her no matter how angry she got. Then, as the sun set and it felt like every drop of hydration in her body had been cried out, Grandpa pointed at the stars. Swallowing down her tears at the very thing he'd told her from the day she'd come to live with him, Bre recited her part. "More than all the flowers of a spring field." It had been the same response she'd given that spring once she'd finally settled into life in Montana, and it had been the same one she'd given ever since. With that, Bre stood and stepped into the hallway. She'd pulled her phone out to tell Hunter to meet her out front when Katie's thick tennis shoes appeared in her line of sight. "That is some man you've got out there," she grinned. "Kind, respectful, and a looker to boot." The nurse jerked her head towards the front desk. "Now he's settling up your bill? Keep this one." Bre's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I paid the third quarter's bill a few weeks ago." It had indeed maxed out her credit cards, but at least she now had the freedom of not having to pay out of pocket for her medication. Among the first things Hunter had done the Monday morning after their wedding was get her added to his insurance. It was amazing, really, going to the pharmacy to pick up the steroids Micah had prescribed her and only having to pay a few dollars. Not only that, but the ability to rest all day Sunday after church had meant her son-induced flare from the animal adoption event had only lasted 2 days rather than a week or more. She'd taken 2 more Epsom salt baths and slept most of the afternoon, waking only to eat whatever Hunter brought her and drink a respectable amount of water. He'd also asked Lauren to show him around their software, and he'd input all the new adoptions into their online system for her. It still felt right and wrong all at the same time, but paying for Grandpa's care? That was too much. He paid the fourth quarter one, I think. "Listen, Bre, I know you like to handle these things yourself, but letting someone help you isn't a sign of weakness. It's strength." She knew that, but Grandpa and his care was never part of their deal. I'll talk to him. "Thanks, Katie. Call me if you need me." "You got it." As Bre walked, a little numbly, down the hallway to the front desk, she saw Liz handing Hunter a receipt Bre recognized instantly. The whirl of emotions spun so quickly in her mind and body, she felt like a child again grasping at fireflies on an early summer night. Embarrassment, pride, gratitude, sadness, confusion, relief. It all swirled as Hunter's eyes met hers with a slightly guilty expectation. "Listen, Bre, I know we hadn't talked about me handling your grandfather's care, but No," Bre said as she held up a hand and stopped her husband in his tracks. "It's humbling, but I'm really not in a place to argue with you right now." "Thank you." Their relationship was starting to feel so one-sided, but what else could it be? It was a daily battle with any pride she had left to allow him to help her so much, but chronic illness had a way of humbling you. For Bre, who'd always preferred caring for others, it meant she'd run out of choices. Pride and dignity were not the same thing, despite the way one liked to masquerade as the other. Accepting help didn't diminish her dignity, even though it felt like the scratchiest wool against her skin. There was a reason Scripture warned against pride so heavily, and maybe the purpose in the pain of her lupus was learning how in control she wasn't. Maybe she'd have gone on finding her worth in helping others rather than surrendering to the Lord as the daily battle waged on. Maybe not, but she did know He worked all things together for her good. Hunter quickly masked his surprise before breaking into one of his devastatingly handsome smiles. "Why don't we have a do-over of that first lunch at the resort? It's beautiful there this time of year, and I hear their burgers and fries are some of the best in town." "You've got yourself a deal, thanks." "So tell me how you ended up opening the shelter?" Hunter studied Bre, far more interested in the beauty across the table from him than the beauty outside on the mountain. The resort was beautiful, a ski destination in the winter to bring tourists from all around the world. It was great for business in Reindeer Pass, he'd heard, but something about the slopes sans the snow gave him incredible peace. "I've always loved animals, and it broke my heart as a kid whenever I came across one Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't let me bring home to rehabilitate. I told them one day I'd open a shelter and never turn an animal away." She shrugged as she plopped a fry in her mouth. "It's probably not what others would call success, but I'm so grateful for it." Swirling a fry in ketchup, Hunter did the same. "Did you start it right out of high school or go to college first?" This woman was fascinating. She was very much what his mother would term a bootstrapper. She'd had so few resources growing up, yet she'd made the best of them in an effort to help others rather than make money. I don't have my degree, but I did take 3 years of nonprofit management classes online in addition to apprenticing under the vet here in town as a technician. I don't have my vet tech certification, which is why Lauren has been such a blessing to the shelter, but I know my way around grooming and basic animal care needs. Mostly, I knew I wanted to start a nonprofit animal shelter and didn't want to accidentally do something illegal in the process. She chuckled, her dark hair falling over her face before she pushed it behind her ear. My grandparents had taken out a second mortgage on their house to pay for my classes, but I didn't want to waste their money on classes I wouldn't need. Grandma got sick during that time as well, and they needed the money to help keep her comfortable. They didn't care if I got a piece of paper at the end, only that I got the knowledge to follow the calling God had placed on my life. That's how you feel about the work you do? God called you to it. To his surprise, Bre burst into laughter. I'm not sure I'd have stuck with it this long if I didn't. Puppies and kittens are cute, but there's a whole lot more than that to running a shelter. There's no way I'd have lasted if I didn't know God called me to be a voice for vulnerable creatures and help them find their forever homes. It's a ministry, in a way, for me. That's obvious, Hunter said. He was slightly in awe of the woman's passion, though he wasn't the least bit surprised. You're good at what you do, and it's clear you have a gift. Bre smiled, taking a sip of her water before sitting back in her chair. I could say the same to you, Mr. Attorney. You've traveled all over the world bringing evil to justice and pouring as many resources into pro bono work for a woman trying to get free of her abusive husband in a tiny town in Montana. Lauren said you used to work in New York City for one of the most prestigious family law firms there. I imagine that came with a generous salary, if your car's any indication. Her brow raised in challenge, but not judgment. Hunter rolled his eyes at how foolish he'd been coming out of law school. I knew from the beginning I didn't want to work for a firm like that, but it was the fastest way to pay off my law school debt. I figured I'd do it for a few years and get the debt paid off, but the lifestyle and money got to my head a little. I still tried to do everything I could to help folks, but 90% of my time was spent arguing over Birkin bags and beach houses. I couldn't do it anymore. Bre studied him, her blue eyes kind and curious. So you found your calling too, it seems. I can tell you I've been much happier since I left New York. That's for certain. Should he tell her she was a big part of the reason why? Would that make their newfound comfort together awkward? He didn't have much time to overthink it, as a voice he genuinely never thought he'd hear again cut through the air. Hunt. Victoria stood next to the hostess stand in her typical expensive clothing, this time white dress pants and a green top she'd once told him was called peplum. They'd had so many conversations about her clothing over the years as he tried desperately to stir up some sort of interest in the things important to her. He could probably name most trendy prints and cuts of clothing if he was called upon. Victoria? WH, what are you doing here? I had to come see my favorite guy, Victoria laughed as she flicked her blonde hair over her shoulder. She wore jewelry most would probably think simple, but he knew how much simplicity cost. She'd call it elegant, and he'd indulged her in the accumulation of beautiful things in the entire time they'd been together. At least, he had until he took his last trip to Thailand and couldn't bring himself to spend that much on an accessory anymore. Seeing the children at the orphanage where the girls aging out had been forced into unspeakable acts, it had put everything into perspective in a way he knew immediately upon landing in New York he'd never be able to turn back from. Hunter stood, holding a hand out to introduce Bre when Victoria closed the distance between them and pulled him into a far too familiar hug for two people who'd ended on less than stellar terms. Not to mention, wasn't she supposed to be engaged? Hunter extracted himself from her hold only for her to plant a kiss on his cheek. You always give the best hugs, Hunt. I've missed them. Was he in the Twilight Zone? Last he knew, Victoria had planned to travel to LA for something related to work, but he'd told her in no uncertain terms he'd not be coming to visit. What are you doing here, Victoria? Could he sound any more caught off guard? Bre still sat in their booth, a French fry still in her hand as her expressive face moved between the emotions of shock to annoyance to something else he couldn't quite identify. She stood, her plain gray t-shirt and unintentionally ripped jeans a stark contrast to Victoria's $1,000 suit. Where Bre's long dark hair had natural waves and what he assumed to be the color she was born with, Victoria's waves were courtesy of the extensions she had replaced every 6 weeks. He had no idea what color her natural hair was, and the amount of fillers and other cosmetic procedures she'd had over the years probably cost more than Bre made in a whole year. He really didn't care about any of that. She could do what she wanted, but he'd have to be blind not to notice the difference. Bre started to back up, leaving the last few bites of her burger on her plate. I'll go, Hunter. I'll see you later. Her voice sounded thick, like she was fighting emotion she had absolutely no reason to feel. Wait, Bre dash. Oh, Hunt, Victoria interrupted as Bre continued to back away. Bre's blue eyes darted between the two of them, hurt clear before she turned on her heel and all but ran out the front door. I had the best lunch with your mom yesterday. Why did you see my mom? What was the woman playing at? His mom had never even liked Victoria, much less been lunch buddies. She picked me up from the airport. You said you were too busy to come see me in LA, so I figured I'd come to you. I didn't even know you'd moved to this charming little place until she told me. Victoria slapped him playfully on the shoulder. Guess you forgot to mention that when we talked. Finally free of his initial shock and more than motivated to chase Bre out the door, Hunter backed away from Victoria's vicinity. I didn't say I was too busy to come, Victoria. I said I wasn't coming. I don't wish you ill, but I don't have any desire to see you. Aren't you supposed to be planning a wedding? Ugh, Victoria said as she waved a hand in front of her face. That's over. Turned out he had quite the gambling problem, and his family was hopeful I'd help keep him on the straight and narrow. I'm no one's accountability buddy, thank you very much, and I make more than enough money to support myself. Good for you for walking away, I guess? Seriously, you wasted your money on a plane ticket to come here. I'm not interested in catching up, and I was having a nice lunch with my wife until you interrupted. There. It was out. They hadn't kept their marriage a secret, but they also hadn't blasted it all over social media either. He doubted his mom had told her, so the redness in Victoria's face as her mouth dropped open made sense. Your wife. Hunter, I know I broke your heart when we broke up, but a rebound marriage. She'd spoken so loudly other patrons had turned to listen, no doubt curious at the drama. You didn't break up with me, I broke up with you. I wasn't heartbroken, and Bre is an incredible woman. I'm not sure what game you're playing, but I won't be taking a turn. With that, Hunter pulled his wallet from his pocket and dropped more than enough cash to cover their lunch on the table. With Victoria still sputtering and calling after him, Hunter jogged out the door to try and catch Bre before her imagination took her places that might make it impossible for him to pull her back from. Chapter 12. Bre knelt on her hands and knees in Frida's cage, cleaning out one of the now blessedly empty cages after the adoption event. They'd fill up again soon. They always did, but at least those animals had found their homes. She'd been honest when she told Hunter this felt like her calling, even though the pang of seeing him in another woman's arms made her wish she'd never opened up to him about any of it. As she scrubbed the floor, the tang of disinfectant burned her nostrils, the rubber gloves on her hands keeping the solution from bothering any healing rashes on her hands. They weren't visible anymore to most folks due to her olive skin tone, but a direct hit from alcohol or bleach solutions would remind her of their existence. The sound of the dogs happily munching on their kibble in nearby cages calmed her, the sound as familiar to her as the sound of Grandpa's wheezing laughter or her own name. They grounded her despite the turmoil she'd felt seeing Hunter with Victoria. Standing next to the woman he'd apparently once been quite close to, it was obvious what he'd seen in her. Lauren had told her a little about the woman Hunter dated before moving to Bozeman, but even her friend had never met her. If that was his type, what in the world was he doing with Bre? She felt like a troll hiding under a bridge next to the beautiful princess who turned heads everywhere she went in the kingdom. The shelter's front door opened, the chime sounding as whoever it was stepped through. "Be right there," she called. Good. Maybe they'd have another adoption today to distract her from her problems. It would remind her that her worth had never been in perfect hair or nails. It would remind her of the satisfaction and fulfillment she felt when she watched a family bond with their new addition. Unfortunately, it wasn't a potential adoptive family walking through the door. "No need," Hunter said as he stepped into the cage beside her. It was 6 feet tall, as this one was for some of the larger dogs, but he still had to duck. "Can we talk?" Well, that was fast. Had he and Victoria decided to rekindle things, and he was here to tell her they were done? If so, could she take it on the chin as one more hit in what felt like the longest season of her life? "It's fine," she said while scrubbing an already clean spot of the floor within an inch of its life. "We said we both had an escape route whenever we needed it. If you still love Victoria, or even think you might, you need to explore it." The words tasted bitter on her tongue, just as the sight of Victoria wrapping her toned and perfectly tan arms around Hunter had made her want to gouge her eyes out. Okay, that was a little dramatic, but she'd be lying if she said she didn't wish she could sprint out of the resort's restaurant and down the hill. Her own olive skin had taken on a bit of a grayish hue to her eyes as she'd had to stay out of direct sunlight, her normal easy tan not nearly as pronounced as it normally was at this point in the year. How was it in the short time they'd been married? She'd developed actual feelings for the man. Sure, it was nice to have insurance, and his payment of her grandfather's bills took a huge load off of her. It was more than that. Seeing all the things he'd set up in his house to make her stay more comfortable. Helping her with grunt work at the shelter on his days off so she didn't have to do so much heavy lifting. Insisting she rest after the adoption event only to freak out and flag down Micah in the middle of the street. His hugs, his easy laugh, his devastatingly handsome smile. All of it had come together to create something she wanted to explore further, and now it was all about to be taken away. Hunter reached forward and took the scrub brush from her hand. "Bre," he said as he placed it back in her bucket and plopped down to sit on the dry side of the cage. "Please just sit for a minute and hear me out." If she wasn't so out of sorts, the sight of his large body, so scrunched inside the cage, would have been amusing. "You don't owe me any explanation. You two have a history. It's as simple as that. You're my wife, Bre. I do owe you an explanation. I'm assuming Lawrence told you a little about Victoria. She didn't know much, but she told me you two were in a relationship for a few years." "On and off," Hunter said as he rested his head on the cage behind him. "We weren't good for each other, but we'd known each other since law school and moved to the city around the same time. We were friends for a while, but eventually we started this on-again, off-again relationship that was never really right. Victoria and I are different. We never would have worked." Relief knocked at the door of her heart, but what did it all mean? Could she really be developing feelings for her husband who'd married her out of kindness and a sense of duty? Does she want you back? If she did, would he fall back into the on-again part of their relationship? Hunter reached up and took her chin between his thumb and forefinger, his brown eyes communicating the truth of his words. "It really doesn't matter if she does. I'm taken." "Okay, Gloria," Hunter said as he did his best to keep his voice calm despite the bad news he'd received earlier that day. It had been a little over a week since the day Victoria had shown up at the resort, and a week since he'd basically laid his heart out on the line for Bre. Apparently, Victoria had left town, but he hadn't bothered to verify it. Even her lunch with his mother had been something Victoria exaggerated. Mom had been surprised to get a phone call from her, begging to get lunch until Mom felt she had no choice. He didn't care so much. Mom could have lunch with whoever she wanted. It was the look on Bre's face driving a knife deep in his heart. Somehow, someway, he'd fallen for the woman he barely knew, the one who also happened to be his wife. It wasn't the update I wanted. Still, despite their increasing rapport and his happiness over Bre's thankfully short-lived flare, the notice he'd gotten that morning from the prosecuting attorneys hadn't been the update he was hoping for. Like the warrior she'd become, Gloria steeled herself and straightened her shoulders as Kayla sat next to her in the Montana Valley Women's Shelter conference room. I'm ready, Hunter. Out with it. They're going to call you and probably the kids to testify. I was hoping we could get him to plead guilty in exchange for a slightly reduced sentence, but he's decided to make this far more difficult than it needs to be. He's saying you're making it all up, and he says he fell asleep at the wheel from all the stress of the false accusations. It was quite possibly the most asinine defense Hunter had ever heard, the public defenders clearly not convinced of Gloria's husband's innocence in any part of it. It means we'll have to go to a full trial, which means you and your children are going to be dragged through this for months. That said, it's also the best chance for him to stay behind bars for a long time. The fact you documented it yourself as many times as you did will work in your favor, as will the fact Kayla has dash cams on her vehicle. Kayla smiled. All thanks to my dad. He has his faults, but the man is all about vehicle safety. It was actually the fact her dad taught her about having multi-tools in every vehicle which got them out in the first place. Her seatbelt cutter had freed them, as had the window brake tool when they'd gone underwater. Gloria nodded, her face stoic as she considered his words. It's not surprising. He's nothing if not adamant in his own innocence. Throughout our marriage, he'd beat me black and blue before swearing up and down I'd fallen or I'd hit him first. There were times I even believed it, times I thought I was going crazy and couldn't trust my own memory. He was gaslighting you, Kayla said softly. It's a common practice for abusers, and while many people misuse the term, that's it in its truest form. I'm going to do everything I can to put him behind bars until at least Eli graduates, Hunter promised. I'd like to say Sophia, and it's possible, but unfortunately the court system isn't always as harsh on domestic violence offenders as I'd like. I understand, Gloria said through a light sheen of tears. Are you sure the kids will have to testify, though? I'd really like to shield them from this if I can. The door Hunter hadn't even realized had been cracked, opened further with a creak. Eli, Gloria's 15-year-old son, stood on the other side. He didn't look the least bit guilty for eavesdropping, clearly having finished a shift at Chris's equine therapy ranch. His jeans and boots were dirty, but he'd gained a fair amount of bulk from the physical labor and general growth spurt he'd had over the summer. His shirt bore the logo of a college basketball team, one Chris had promised to take him to a game that winter. Mom, Eli said without even a tremble in his voice. I want to testify. Sophia shouldn't have to. I agree with you, but let me do it. I wasn't there when he ran you off the road, but I want to help now. Don't take this opportunity from me in the name of protecting me. I can handle it. Truly, Eli Santos had become a man in the time they'd been living at MVWS. Hunter hadn't known the kid then, but Chris had shared about his rocky start at the high school and how he'd completely turned things around. He'd come to know the Lord, surrendering his life to the only one who could truly write a new story, and Chris had become a sort of father figure, one he'd sorely needed, in the kid's life dash. Hunter hesitated as Gloria stared at her son, both pride and worry warring for her expression. I don't know, Eli. He may not have a choice, Hunter answered honestly. They'll want to know what happened in the home from his perspective, and it'll help establish you as the stable and honest parent. No kid should have to have as much knowledge of the system and how it worked as Eli did at his age, but he wasn't the first kid to have stayed up late researching how to stay with the parent who loved them. His phone buzzed on the table, Max's social worker's name lighting up the screen. Why don't you guys talk about this for a moment? I'll be right back. Kayla nodded and communicated wordlessly she'd help the two of them come to a decision as he swept the phone off the table and pressed it to his ear. Hey, Lee, what's going on? Hey, Hunter, I wanted to make you aware of an update in Max's case. John and Kara had a family emergency, and since his aunt and uncle currently still have legal custody, he's been placed with them in a respite situation while John and Kara get things worked out with her mother's health issues. Hunter let out a long breath, his heart pounding in his chest. I thought his aunt and uncle didn't have room for him. How did they pass a home study? An understatement, obviously, as their house wasn't just small. It was completely run down and objectively unsafe for a child. It was unsafe for them too, but they were adults. They'd made their choices. There's a home study scheduled in 2 weeks, but for now, the judge granted an emergency approval since they're technically his guardians. No, they're not, Lee. They're the people who enabled his parents to neglect him while they did and sold drugs. They're the ones blocking this adoption, despite the fact they've had nothing to do with him the entire time he's been in foster care. They don't have his best interests at heart. I'm licensed as a foster parent. Why couldn't he come stay with me? Hunter wasn't active as a foster parent because his work hadn't allowed him the freedom of being as emotionally and physically available as necessary for kids in the system, but he'd done it in the event Max needed him. John and Kara were a special couple, one called to foster children who needed a home and family while the adults in their lives sorted things out. His aunt and uncle? Hunter had only met them at the 2 hearings he'd attended along with Max's guardian ad litem. He couldn't legally represent Max's best interests because he hoped to adopt him, but he'd been kept in the loop throughout the case. You know why, Hunter, Lee said compassionately. They're going to side with the family whenever someone's willing. It is often best for a child to be with someone of blood relation. Regardless of my feelings on this case, I'm not the one who made the decision. I wanted to let you know. Yeah, Hunter said as he ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for snapping at you, Lee. Keep me up to date, okay? If you can get permission for me to go see him, I'd really like to. Would they even let him? Probably not unless the court ordered it, but Lee was a bit of a bulldog when it came to a kid's best interest. If anyone could make it happen, it'd be her. I'll see what I can do. Sorry about this, Hunter. I'm doing everything I can. As they hung up, Hunter placed his head on the wall, clenching his eyes shut. Lord, keep Max safe while I fight to get him into a home where he's loved and truly wanted. I hope it's mine, but if it's not, please keep him safe in the meantime. Fight for us, Lord. Fight for Max. Chapter 13. Bre took a sip of her coffee, relishing the taste of the hazelnut creamer she'd purchased earlier that week. Despite Hunter's assurances he was taken, Bre still pinched every penny until it squealed to prepare for what she still felt was their inevitable split. Still, there were a few luxuries she afforded herself, ones she'd given up when her main source of nutrition had been cheap bread and peanut butter. She'd had a stomachache for a few days off and on, but it was probably due to the nerves of everything going on combined with finally getting used to eating good food again. Real food. Food that didn't come in plastic bags and jars. That morning, her breakfast of scrambled eggs and Hunter's homemade biscuits had settled well. Homemade bread had been one of those luxuries she'd given up as well, but luckily she'd accidentally married a man who could bake as well as cook. The hazelnut coffee creamer and her favorite pecan roasted coffee was one of those luxuries as well. The shelter stocked black coffee. It did the job, but it tasted like bitterness and disappointment. This coffee, as she sipped it on Hunter's back porch and watched the sun light up the town below, felt a little bit like coming back to herself. The back door opened, and her husband stepped out onto the porch. Hey, I'm headed out for the day, he said as his shoulders tensed. Call me if you need me, but I left a credit card on the counter in case you need to buy anything. She ignored that part, doing her best to also ignore the pang in her chest. Was he going to see Victoria? They hadn't discussed the woman since she'd shown up at the resort and Hunter had come to find Bre at the shelter. He'd been busy with Gloria's case that week, but there'd been something else too. Hunter, normally warm and focused on whoever he happened to be speaking to at the moment, had been distracted for the past few days. It was Thursday, and though he'd been kind, he'd spent a good deal of time on the phone in whatever part of the house Bre wasn't occupying. Her coffee was suddenly as bitter as the sludge she'd been drinking for months. Bre put the cup down. Hunter, if you want to go see Victoria dash. Victoria. His brow furrowed, his nose crinkling as though something smelled bad. She's not still in town, is she? Bre stammered. I thought you knew. She's been here all week. She'd even had the audacity to go into the bakery again, one of the places Bre had gone with her small but meaningful fun money. She's apparently staying at the resort. Hunter closed the distance between them, his large frame dwarfing hers as he stood close. Did you not believe me when I told you I wasn't interested in Victoria? I'm not in a habit of lying, Bre. Shame filled her belly at the clear hurt in his eyes, and she bit her lip. You've been so distracted this week, so distant. You don't owe me anything, and it would make complete sense if you'd been talking to someone who meant so much to you for so long. I don't know. Why would he want to stay with Bre, basically a charity case, when he could have someone like Victoria? I don't know. She's different than I am, different than I'll ever be under any set of circumstances. Hunter sighed deeply, the sound betraying how heavy something had been weighing on his mind. If it wasn't Victoria, what was it? I'm sorry I haven't shared this with you before now, but I've been doing my best to rectify the situation. I tend to be a little single-minded when I'm in what Jeff calls warrior mode. What's going on? For as strong as Hunter always seemed, she recognized what it meant to be ready to break. Max has been moved back with his aunt and uncle, the ones who are blocking the adoption for no apparent reason. They don't want him with them long term, but they don't want him with me either. I don't know if it's out of spite or if they're trying to get me to pay them off, but I've been trying all week to get a court order to make them allow me to visit him. I finally got it this morning, and I'm headed to Bozeman to make sure he's okay. The catch in his voice and the strain on his face all made sense now. Without thinking, Bre wrapped her arms around his middle and pressed her cheek to his chest. I'm so sorry. His heart, strong and sure, beat in a comforting rhythm. After a brief pause, Hunter returned the hug, and they stood there for a few minutes in silence, breathing each other in and gaining strength from the other. So far, their relationship had been entirely her on the receiving end of the support, but now giving back to someone who'd given her so much felt right. He deserved the feeling of knowing someone else would stand beside him when the weight of the world got too heavy. Finally pulling back, Bre kept hold of Hunter's hands. Can I go with you to Bozeman? Lauren's supposed to work today anyway. I can call her and tell her I won't be in. If this meeting didn't go well, or if he found Max under stress, or worse, he'd need someone to talk him down before he grabbed the kid and yanked him out of his foster home, which would effectively ruin his chances of adopting him one day. You want to come? It won't be particularly pleasant. Hunter studied her as though trying to find any hesitation in her decision, but he wouldn't find any. It's a long drive. I'm not going because I want a nice day trip, Hunter. I'm going to support you and show Max he's got people in his corner. Plus, if they're mean to you, I can always pull out my self-defense skills Kayla teaches us in class. She jumped back, throwing 2 heavily dramatized punches in the air. Kayla's classes had been something she only did because Harper and Lauren convinced her, but as long as she wasn't flaring, she found herself really enjoying them. Finally, Hunter cracked a smile for the first time in what felt like days. Okay, Rocky, you can come. Maybe you should attend a few more classes before you go around picking fights. Hunter's fists clenched on the steering wheel as he turned into the gravel drive leading to Max's temporary home. Jim and Stella Maples were the ones who'd blocked the adoption at every turn, Max's mother pulling the strings with her sister, Stella, from behind bars. The yard was covered in broken-down cars and general litter, rusted metal the chief among them. The trailer itself sat on cinder blocks, though at least 3 he could see were cracked. A pile of dry, rotted tires sat over to the side. A large trash can had filled with rainwater, and he could practically hear the mosquitoes buzzing. Other trailers on the property were in the same condition, and more than one chained-up dog barked at him and Bre as their owner stared at his SUV. Stay with me, he said quietly as he locked eyes with a middle-aged man across the gravel drive. He didn't like the way the guy leered at Bre as he spit tobacco onto the ground. Did you know it was like this? Bre's eyes were wide as she took in the sight, especially the chained dogs who'd clearly been underfed. I'm the first person to say you never despise humble circumstances, obviously, but this is no place for a child. She was right. He'd visited many mobile and manufactured homes over the years in his role as a guardian ad litem for the state of New York and now for Montana. The role existed solely to make sure kids didn't get lost in the shuffle of the court system, and their social workers had help advocating for their needs. Many times, he walked into clean homes on humble but well-kept properties who were simply doing the best they could with what they had. This was entirely different. I've met the aunt and uncle in court, but I've never been to their house. This place passed a home visit? Hasn't had one yet, Hunter grunted. They're supposed to get out here within the next week, but sometimes more emergent things come up. I told Max's social worker I'd let her know if there was an immediate need, but even I didn't expect this. Suddenly, a bang sounded inside the home, followed by a male shouting, "Can't do anything right." Another bang sounded, but Hunter was already up the precariously tipping steps. He banged so hard on the door he'd probably have bruises, but the adrenaline pumping through his blood meant he felt no pain. "Hang on." Jim opened the door, his ample belly spilling over his sweatpants due to his lack of shirt. Pointing with the bottle in his hand, he narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I have permission from the courts to come and see Max today. You were called and informed by Max's social worker, as was your wife." "Where is he?" Hunter kept his voice low and calm, but he was one step away from ripping the door off the hinges and hauling Max out of there in a fireman's carry. "Hunter." Max's voice carried from around the side of the trailer. He appeared with a bat and baseball in his hand, but dropped them the second he spotted them. "Hunter." Max ran as he had at his previous foster home, but this time it was out of desperation rather than excitement. As he jumped into Hunter's arms, he wiped his cheek with a dirty palm. His clothes were dirty too, as though he'd been wearing the same ones for days, and a scraped knee had developed an angry red ring around the outside. Dirt and gravel dotted it, but it was Max's shoes which had Hunter seeing red. "What happened to your sneakers, buddy?" "The ones I got you for Christmas." The ones on his feet were 2 sizes too small, and his toe had burst out the front. There was no way those were comfortable, and Hunter didn't even remember seeing them before. Max's eyes went wide, darting from Jim to Hunter. The former shook his head at the kid as his wife appeared in the doorway. "You finally called him Jim? Good, at least we'll have some money before we go to Vegas next month." "What was she talking about?" "Jim never called me, Stella. Now this time you answer me. What happened to Max's shoes?" The woman's face blanched, but she recovered quickly enough as she stepped into the doorway with her husband. "Fine, he won't call you. I'll do it myself. We decided we'll let you adopt him." Elation was the first emotion sluicing through Hunter's body, but it was immediately followed by suspicion. "Just like that? No conditions." Unfortunately, his gut was correct. "On the condition," Stella said as she crossed her arms across her chest, "that you compensate us for our time taking care of the kid." They wanted him to buy Max? Were they kidding? That's illegal, and aren't you already getting money from the state for providing kinship placement? Max trembled in his arms, his grip tight around Hunter's neck. Bre shuffled behind him, but neither Jim nor Stella seemed to notice. "That joke of a check? Do you know how much kids cost these days? He eats more than both of us put together." Hunter highly doubted that, but he was well past reason. Carefully moving down the steps, Hunter held tight to Max. "I'll not be paying you to adopt Max. We'll do this the right way, and I'll adopt him in a way that won't get him taken from me in a matter of weeks or months." Come on, lawyer boy," Stella scoffed. "What's 20 or 30 grand for you? I see that fancy car right there. We'd take that. We could sell that thing for a pretty penny online." Realization dawned. "Is that what you did with Max's shoes? You sold them online and made him wear these that are clearly too small." "Like I said," Stella replied, "kids are expensive. Now, if you're not gonna play ball, it's time to get off the field. Come on, Max, you've got chores to do." Hunter's temper was about to boil over despite his calm facade, but Bre's hand on his back stopped him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Stella." Stepping around him, Bre held up her phone. The voice recorder app was running, and Bre shrugged. Figured this might turn into a he said, she said thing, and I'd just as soon have proof. You can't do that, Jim boomed as he stepped onto the porch. How the thing held his weight, Hunter had no idea. As it was, it tipped even more precariously as Jim shifted his feet. We didn't give you permission. Delete it now. Hunter placed Max on the ground and patted him on the back. Go get in my car and lock the doors. Handing the kid his key, Hunter prayed this wasn't about to go south. Straightening, he faced Jim again. You're right, but it doesn't mean we can't hand it in to the social worker. The second she gets out here and sees the filth you have him living in, he'll be out of here. Montana was an all-parties consent state, meaning everyone had to be aware they were being recorded, but it didn't matter. The recording wouldn't be permissible in court, but photos of the dwelling and the stench of marijuana they'd never be able to clean out would be enough to get him pulled. It was only then Jim really laid eyes on Bre, but it wasn't him who ran down the porch steps and tackled her to the ground. No, it was Stella who moved with a roar before either one of them realized what was happening, utilizing the element of surprise to send Bre sprawling to the ground. Bre! Hunter rushed toward them to pull the woman off, only to hear sirens as Bre wrenched her feet up and pushed Stella off herself. She scrambled to her feet, her eyes never leaving Stella as she brushed herself off. Hunter pushed Bre behind him, not entirely sure how this had all gone so bad so quickly. Stella, what in the world are you doing? Jim grunted as he ambled down the porch, beer still in hand as he made half-hearted efforts to calm his wife down. That was until he heard the sirens. Woman, he growled. Shut your trap before you get us thrown in jail. Stella was well past reason. Who is she? Her face as red as her husband's had been a moment before. She pointed her bony finger at Bre as the cops pulled into the yard. You bring some girl over here and start telling me how to take care of my own nephew? This is my sister's boy, and if I say he's gonna scrub my floors until his fingers bleed, he's gonna do it. Well, a police officer in a badge said as he stepped out of the squad car and placed a hand on his radio. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, ma'am. Now, where's Max Greenfield? The door to Hunter's SUV had already been cracked, but it was only then Max opened it the rest of the way and hopped out. That's me. I'm the one who called you, officer. Chapter 14. I still can't believe Max is the one who called the police, Lauren said as they watched the dogs romp and play in the backyard of the shelter a little over a week later. Is he settling in okay? Yeah, Bre said softly. She'd been prepared to move out temporarily since she wasn't licensed to foster and Max's social worker had managed to get him placed with Hunter, but it hadn't been necessary. Max had gone into respite care for 4 days while Bre completed her online foster care training course, but she'd worked through it quickly so she could be finished by the time they'd completed her background check. Lauren had picked up extra work at the shelter to allow her to do it, and Max had come to Reindeer Pass a few days ago. He's doing great, honestly. He's wanted to live with Hunter for over a year, and watching the two of them together is the sweetest thing. Even now, Hunter had taken Max out to Chris's ranch to meet some of the horses, and they were going to come by in an hour or so and pick her up for a hike. It was more than a hike, really. It was a chance for Bre to show Hunter and Max one of her favorite places in the world. At the top of one of the mountains that made up the park was a scenic overlook, one she'd always hoped to get married on if she ever had the chance. That ship had sailed, obviously, but sharing it with Hunter and Max could feel special in its own way. They'd picnic on the bluffs overlooking the town before heading back down. One of the best parts was Hunter and Max were picking up food from the bakery on the way over. A pesto chicken melt-about had her mouth watering at the thought, though it wasn't quite as exciting as usual due to the stomach ache she'd had for the last few days. I can't wait to meet him, Lauren said. He sounds like such a sweet kid, especially considering all he's been through. The forethought he had to call the police the second he got in the car is amazing. It really was. Had it not been for his quick thinking and the nearest squad car being posted just down the street, that day could have ended very differently. He deserves the world. He's excited to enroll at the elementary school, and I told Ben and Brady to look out for him. He'll be between their grades, but it's nice to have someone notice the new kid. That much Bre remembered well from coming to Montana as a kid. She'd been self-conscious about her circumstances, but she'd mostly flown under the radar for her first few months in town. It wasn't until she'd started playing soccer that spring she actually made some friends. Grandpa had been the one to sign her up in the first place, and he'd loved practicing with her in the backyard. He hadn't met Max yet, but she hoped to take him by later that week. Grandpa didn't have much longer left on Earth, but she had a feeling the two of them would hit it off watching Grandpa's friends play pickleball. Oh, yes, they've been briefed by Hunter too, Lauren replied with a wink as they watched Bruno frolic with the other dogs as though he'd been doing it all his life. He'll find his place here. Love and time are miraculous things. Bre checked her watch. They'll be here in a few minutes to pick me up. Are you sure you're good to close again? I feel like you've been working way too many shifts lately. Are you kidding? These boys are going to eat me out of house and home when we finish our program this Christmas. I need all the extra shifts I can get. Lauren grinned. Plus, it means I get to take the kittens home with me, and no one can say a word about it. Thinking of the precious little box of kittens who'd been placed on their doorstep the day before had Bre smiling as well. Bottle-feeding baby kittens was a chore, but for once, the sight of new intakes out front hadn't sent Bre into a panic about how in the world they'd afford to feed them. Even without the grant money, not having to pay for Grandpa's care and having Hunter's insurance cover her medication meant she had the wiggle room to do what she needed to do. Okay, you take them tonight, and I'll take them tomorrow. With that, Bre stood and winced a little at the feeling of someone stabbing an ice pick on her lower right side. What in the world? Thankfully, Lauren hadn't noticed, and the pain had already begun to subside. It had been doing that for the past few days, coming in waves and leaving just as quickly. Bre took a step forward only for the pain to become more severe. Maybe if she took a deep breath it would go away? Unable to move another step, Bre barely registered the sound of Lauren rushing towards her as she clutched her right side and fell to her knees. Was this it? What organs even sat on the bottom right side of her abdomen? An overwhelming urge to vomit surged along with an intense heat that seemed to radiate through her body. Heaving on to the grass, Bre fought the darkness crowding in around the corners of her vision. Call, Micah, she managed to rasp out. Whoever Lauren called, Bre had no idea, as in the next moment the pain became so acute and intense she threw up a second time before the world around her went dark. Max took another French fry out of the bag he and Hunter had picked up, popping it in his mouth as they cruised down the road towards Paws and Claws. So, did you not tell me about Bre? Or did you guys get together really fast? Honestly, it had surprised Hunter he hadn't asked before then. After a full day out with the horses at Chris's ranch, he hadn't brought it up at all. We got together pretty quickly. To be honest, she has a medical condition called lupus, and we needed to marry so she could get the proper medical care she needs. It's been really great, though. She's a good woman. She's pretty, too, Max said as he cut a grin towards Hunter. She's really nice. She sure is. Bre was more than pretty. She was the kind of beautiful that took his breath away more often than not. She gave him butterflies, the feeling something he'd not experienced since his hormones first started raging in middle school. Want me to tell you about the first time we met? Max thought about it a second, tipping his head to the side before nodding with a shrug. Sure, but only if there's no kissing. He made a fake retching sound. That's gross. If only the kid knew they hadn't even kissed yet, not really. He'd wanted to a few times, but their foundation was so tenuous as it was. Everything felt like a house of cards, one he was desperately trying to shore up with bricks and stone. You got it. I had come into town from Bozeman to stay with Jeff for a few days while I worked on a case that involved his job. There was this rodeo fundraiser happening at the fairgrounds, and he convinced me to go see Chris ride a bucking bronco. The memory washed over him. It had been the first time he'd realized Jeff and Lauren were definitely made for each other, but it was Bre who caught his eye that night. She'd been so awkward, stumbling over her words and her feet to the point she stepped in a cow patty. As her cheeks reddened and her eyes went big, he'd been a goner. There was no way he'd have admitted it at the moment, but that girl was something special. He knew beyond any doubt she'd come to mean something to him. The only surprise had been just how much. As he told Max the story, the kid was clearly more interested than he'd let on about the woman who would hopefully become his adopted mother. They'd bonded a little over the past few days, with Bre taking Max up to the shelter with her, and the three of them working on puzzles and watching television in the evenings. So you guys started dating then? Hunter stopped at a red light, settling back into his seat. No, I made a fool of myself a few weeks after I met her when I realized she was homeless and living at the shelter. She was doing it to pay for her grandfather's care facility and to pay for her own medication, but I kind of lost it. Yeah, Max said with a chuckle. You kind of have a hero complex. Where did you learn that term? Goodness, this kid was too smart for his own good. Uncle Jeff, Max replied. It's kind of what makes you who you are. You're like a real-life superhero, saving people from bad situations. Touched, Hunter reached over and ruffled the kid's hair just as they reached Paws and Claws. His hand froze, however, when he spotted the flashing lights of an ambulance in the front parking lot. Max, where's my phone? I think it's in the back with the picnic stuff. Max had already unbuckled his seatbelt and tossed the food bag to the floorboard. What's going on? Lauren burst through the door and held it open for paramedics to pass through with a rolling stretcher. Bre laid atop it, writhing as her hands clutched her stomach. What was happening? Lauren. He hopped out of the car, barely remembering to put it in park before sprinting towards the stretcher and the woman who'd become one of Bre's closest friends. What's wrong? I tried to call you, Lauren said as tears rolled down her cheek and Jeff's truck sped into the parking lot from the other direction. She said her stomach hurt and then started throwing up. She passed out, so I called an ambulance. Lauren's breathing was shallow and her face pale, but it was nothing compared to Bre's. Bre shouted again on the stretcher, sobbing as she clutched her right side. Bre, he said as he knelt down and moved along with the stretcher. I'm here, sweetheart. I'm right here. Was this lupus related? Something else? He'd read about the concerns for kidney damage and even kidney failure from the disease, and Micah had mentioned it as well. Was that what was happening? A cold sweat broke out across his forehead, but Max's hand finding his beside him brought him back to reality. She's gonna be okay, Hunter, he said softly. Hunter paused only long enough to pull Max into a hug. Thanks, buddy. Lauren, I'm going to ride in the ambulance with her to the hospital. Can you and Max bring my car? Jeff had already gotten out of his truck and jogged their direction. Jeff can follow. The two adults nodded, as did Max with the maturity and stoicism that came from unfortunate circumstances forcing him to age faster than he should. We'll meet you there, Lauren said as she placed a hand on Max's shoulder. Just as the stretcher got loaded into the ambulance, Bre shouted again and Lauren winced. Take care of our girl, Hunter. I will, he vowed as the ambulance doors closed. The ride was the longest of his life, with Bre going in and out of consciousness and sobbing in pain any time she was awake. At the hospital, they stopped outside the emergency room where he'd stood with Bre and held her as she cried over her grandfather. He'd made his decision then. This woman was his to protect, but it was so much more than that. She deserved to be cherished. The ambulance doors opened as he whispered what had to have been his 100th silent prayer, the kind he knew the Holy Spirit interceded for him because he had no words. Micah stood outside the vehicle, ready to bring his patient inside. They called ahead, he said in answer to a question Hunter never asked. Tell me what happened. They wheeled Bre into one of the emergency room bays where Harper already stood within 4 bags full of what he hoped was pain medication and a young woman standing next to an ultrasound machine. Bre whimpered as they transferred her from the stretcher to the bed, but Harper had her line placed in a matter of seconds, counting down with her from 30 while the medication began to take effect. After what felt like forever, Bre's face relaxed a little and she slumped back onto the bed. She wasn't asleep, but at least she wasn't writhing in pain anymore. Micah placed his hand on her forehead while the ultrasound tech squirted gel on the probe. "I'm concerned about kidney damage," Micah said honestly as he watched the screen. "If it came on this suddenly, though, it's more likely oh, praise the Lord." Micah sighed deeply as Hunter's head whipped towards the blob on the screen. "What is it? Is her kidney okay?" Bre just looked between the two of them, her eyes slightly glazed with the medication and exhaustion. "Am I dying?" The words stabbed Hunter right in the heart, but Micah chuckled. "No, Bre. You're not dying, and you're going to be fine. You do, however, have a monster kidney stone that's trying to pass, and we're going to have to do a short procedure to help move it along. As long as you keep giving me this medication," Bre slurred. "You can do whatever you want." Chapter 15. "So," Max said as he sat in the hospital bed with Bre later that evening. "Guess this means I can have your burger?" He'd arrived with Lauren and Jeff as Micah had decided to admit her for the evening. With the lupus, they needed to rule out any other potential issues, and he wanted to make sure there weren't any complications following her procedure to have the thing blasted into pieces. Jeff snorted. "Dude, wouldn't it be cold by now?" "Cold burger's better than no burger," Max shrugged. "Bre's probably going to be eating hospital jello for a couple of days. It's a shame to let a perfectly good burger go to waste." Hunter tousled Max's hair. "How about I get us all burgers tomorrow when we get home? I really don't want to have to be back up here tomorrow afternoon with food poisoning." "Fair enough," Max said as he leaned back on Bre's bed. He reached over her, heedless of the tender spot on her right side, but she didn't mind. There was something healing about having her family there, well, most of it anyway. Hunter had called Katie earlier to let Grandpa know, but he wasn't having a great day. As happy as she was to have a good prognosis, she couldn't let go of the knowledge that this probably wouldn't be their last hospital visit in the near future. Grandpa's bad days now outnumbered his good days, and it would only be a matter of time until the dementia took him from them entirely. In that moment, Max laid his curly head back on her shoulder and lifted the remote to turn up the volume on whatever superhero cartoon he was watching. The adults could keep talking all they wanted, apparently, but he was done listening. Grinning, Lauren's eyes went from the two of them on the bed to Hunter in the chair beside them. "Do you guys want us to take Max home for the night? He can stay at MVWS with me and the boys, or he can go home with Jeff. Up to you." Max reached up and muted the TV. "I want to stay here. I gotta make sure Bre's okay, and they're treating her right. I'll sleep on the couch bed over there." Hunter said as the corner of his lip quirked upward. "Where am I supposed to sleep?" Turning the volume back up again, Max pointed at the stiff recliner chair in the room's other corner. "The chair, obviously." Jeff burst into laughter, his whole frame shaking. "I guess that's that. Is there anything else we can get for you guys?" "Clothes, toothbrush, anything." The room door swung open before anyone could answer, and Sarah Kane stepped through with Micah's sister, Felicity, in tow. "We brought supplies." She held up a duffel bag Bre recognized from Hunter's linen closet. "We have toiletries and changes of clothes for all three of you," she said with a wink at Max. "I have good news," Micah said as he came in behind his wife. He placed his hands on Sarah's shoulders as Max turned down the volume again. "All your other tests look great, Bre. There doesn't appear to be any kidney damage whatsoever, and none of your numbers have changed since we ran blood work last month. The laser procedure was successful in breaking your stone apart into much smaller pieces, so you'll likely pass those overnight. I'll warn you, it won't necessarily be fun, but it'll be far less painful than it would have been. Plus, you'll keep me doped up." Bre gestured towards her bag. "This stuff is a godsend." "It's pretty potent," Micah chuckled. "That's why we give it pretty sparingly, but kidney stones are on the priority list given their pain profile." Lauren made a face. "I've heard they're worse than childbirth." No, thank you. Obviously, Micah said. I've never experienced childbirth, but I did get a kidney stone in medical school. It was the most painful experience of my life, so I can empathize with you, Bre. Yours was a good bit larger than mine. Hunter reached over and took her hand. Is there any particular reason she got one? Did the lupus cause it? Lupus doesn't cause kidney stones, but not getting enough water can contribute to them. There are a number of risk factors, but often we don't really know what causes a particular one. My recommendation, Bre, is to make sure you're drinking enough water from here on out. That may not be what caused it, but your tests did show you were a bit dehydrated. Hunter's gaze slid to hers. His head tilted to the side. To his credit, he didn't say a word before moving his attention back to Micah. She definitely hadn't been drinking enough water in the past few months, especially not as the weather had grown warmer. After a few more minutes talking with Micah, Sarah and Felicity left, and Lauren and Jeff took Max down to the cafeteria to get him a replacement dinner. For the first time since she'd briefly realized Hunter had arrived at Paws and Claws and was hopping into the ambulance with her, they were alone. As soon as the door shut behind Jeff, Hunter leaned down and laid his forehead on her shoulder. You scared me, sweetheart. Scared the life out of me. Sorry about that, Bre replied. For what it's worth, I have been trying to drink more water recently. Hunter lifted her hand to his lips and pressed a long kiss to her skin. This isn't your fault. I'm sorry I made you feel like your circumstances were your fault when I first saw your things at the shelter, but I was so wrong. You've already apologized, Hunter. That's over. I know, he rasped. His earlier calm and in control demeanor fell like a curtain falling at a stage show. I was so worried I was going to lose you this time. I don't know what to say. When I pulled into the parking lot and saw you on that stretcher, I'm right here, and I'm all right. Bre squeezed his hand before lifting hers to touch his cheek. His strong jaw, his chocolate eyes, and the stubble he'd grown from not shaving that morning before taking Max to the ranch replaced the previous awful pains in her stomach with the butterflies of storybooks and movies. We're okay. I only wish I could have taken you and Max to the overlook at the bluffs. It's one of my favorite places on earth. A place where I feel God's presence as though he walks with me right there. Hunter smoothed her hair back, his gaze softening. We'll go there. I promise. Nothing in the world could stop me from taking you up there with a pesto chicken sandwich and some sort of sugar-filled something to rot your teeth while we stare out at the town. Picturing the whole scenario had Bre smiling. That sounds really nice. Bre, I really want to kiss you right now, but I also don't want to upset you. Holding back a snort of laughter, Bre leaned forward and pressed her forehead to his. The only way you'll upset me is if you don't kiss me right now. It was all the assurance he needed, and Hunter closed the centimeter distance between their lips as he placed one hand in her hair. With the other hand braced on the other side of the hospital bed, Hunter's kiss felt like she'd imagined it would. It felt like him. Strong, but somehow gentle. Assertive, yet not overbearing. Kissing her husband felt like coming home after months away, and for a moment, she could see what a future of loving this man would be like. Hunter, Bre said with an exasperated sigh as he turned sideways to carry her through the door at home the next day. Micah told you I can walk. In fact, it's probably better if I do. He had said that, but yesterday Hunter thought he might lose the woman he'd come to realize he was falling in love with. Give me this, okay? You passed out on a stretcher in front of me less than 24 hours ago. I thought I was going to lose you. The last words stuck in his throat, but he forced them out anyway. They were true, and as much as Bre needed to rest, she needed to hear them as well. Laying her on the bed, Hunter noticed Bre's blue eyes fill with compassion. I know you did. I'm sorry to have scared you. I told you it wasn't your fault, sweetheart. You get some rest, and maybe I'll let you walk out to have some dinner later if you're good. Otherwise, I'll carry you again. He winked. It definitely wouldn't be a hardship to hold the woman in his arms again, but she was right. She needed to move. He closed the door behind him, hoping Bre would fall asleep quickly as her exhaustion claimed her. It was clear all over her face, as he was sure the bags under his eyes betrayed his state of mind as well. Max, for his part, seemed to have plenty of energy as he packed up a few toys to head back to Jeff's with Lauren and her boys. They'd bring him back before nightfall, but at least the house would be quiet during the day. "You sure you don't need anything else? We can bring food by later, or have it delivered." Hunter wasn't the only Banks brother with a hero complex. Jeff held a good bit of it as well, and he had no doubt his brother would bring enough food to feed an army if Hunter didn't reassure him. Before he could answer, his phone trilled in his pocket. An unknown number appeared on the screen, and Hunter furrowed his brow as he pressed the phone to his ear. Who could that be? "Hello, this is Hunter Banks." "Hey, Hunt," Victoria's familiar flirty voice sounded on the other end. "Wanted to let you know I'm coming back into town next month. Figured we could get together, and you could show me around since my last stay was so short." Had it been short? Honestly, after Hunter had left her at the resort that day, he had no idea how long she'd stayed in town. She'd called and texted a few times, but he hadn't answered because he had nothing to say to her. "Why are you coming back here?" Victoria scoffed on the other end of the line, not used to being told no. I mean, it's a beautiful little resort town. You don't own it, Hunter. I can vacation there any time I want." She sounded like a child on the verge of pitching a fit when she got like this, and Hunter had absolutely zero patience for it at this point. "Fine, enjoy your trip. Don't call me or text me, and don't try to mask your number anymore, Victoria. Bre just got out of the hospital, and we're busy here trying to get her back on her feet. I'll talk to you later." With that, he hung up the phone and tossed it onto the counter with more force than necessary. Jeff raised a brow in his direction. "Are you actually going to talk to her later?" Hunter let out a frustrated sigh and ran his hand down his face. "No, I didn't even mean to say that. We're completely over, and I don't care if she moves here. I have no interest in any sort of relationship with her." Not even attempting to hold back his laughter, Jeff's whole body shook with it. Can you picture Victoria living in a place like this? She'd die of boredom. "Not for even a second," Hunter said as he rounded the counter and pulled a bottle of water out of the fridge. "That's the stuff of nightmares right there." Chapter 16. It had been 3 weeks since she'd collapsed at Paws and Claws and learned of her kidney stone. The first week had been mostly Hunter and Max fussing over her entirely, but they'd backed off when she had Micah come over to the house and tell them she was fine. Hunter still texted her a few times a day to check in on her, but Gloria's case had taken a good portion of his attention recently. Not to mention, as soon as he got his practice set up in Reindeer Pass, folks from neighboring counties as well as Reindeer Pass had called him to ask for help with everything from estate planning, family disputes, and general legal issues. He was busy, but he'd still managed to drop Max off every day at school. Bre picked him up, their hour at Paws and Claws, until Hunter got off one of her favorite parts of the day. Today, she'd finished all her chores early, so they'd gone straight to the bakery. "Well, what do you think, little man? Is your life changed?" The two of them sat outside on the front porch, the space still warm enough to sit for the next month or two. Winter would come, but she'd welcome it the same way she did fall. Finally, she didn't dread the future. It felt full of hopeful expectation, a promise of good things to come. Max groaned dramatically as he took another bite. "Yes, it's changed. I'm a new man." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Bre said with a chuckle at the kids' mature phrases. "We want you around the house for a long time." "How was school today?" "We had to square dance in P today," he said as he wrinkled his nose. "Lunch was pizza, so that was cool. Plus, Mrs. Bradford got an iguana to be our new class pet. Apparently, they're easier to take care of than hamsters." Bre took her own bite of turnover, the sweet and slightly tangy concoction bursting on her tongue as she reveled in the flavor. "Who'd you sit with at lunch today?" Rolling his eyes, Max pinned her with a knowing stare. "I know what you're really asking, Bre." "Yes, I'm making friends. I sat with Sophia Santos, Ryan Perkins, and a few other kids Sophia introduced me to. They all seem nice, and they asked me to sit with them again tomorrow." "Good. Fine, she was caught. She didn't know Ryan, but Sophia was Gloria's daughter. She was in Max's grade, and she'd promised to look out for him. They settled into more conversations about whatever video game he'd heard about at school, funny things the animals had gotten into at the shelter, and whether or not Max would be as tall as Hunter one day. It was perfect, at least until they tossed their plates in the trash can and stepped down the bakery's steps only for Max to nearly crash into the one-person Bre hoped to never see in town again, Victoria. "Hey," she said as she brushed herself off. "Watch where you're going." "Sorry, ma'am," Max said sheepishly. He recovered quickly, though, as he apparently realized who the woman in yet another $1,000 suit was before him. "Whoa, you're that girl Hunter used to date, aren't you? Victoria? What are you doing here?" The woman's head popped up, apparently noticing the both of them as humans rather than impediments on her way to coffee for the first time. "You're Marcus, right?" "Max," Bre corrected as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Nice to see you again, Victoria." It was anything but Bre managed to keep her disdain off her face. Well, she hoped so anyway. "Yeah. Anyway, I'm here to see Hunter. We're getting coffee in a little bit. He told me all about your stint in the hospital. I guess all is well now." "Wait, what?" Bre could have been hit by a train there in the middle of town and not felt as bowled over as she did in the moment. "Why? You're here to see Hunter?" "Of course. Why else would I be here?" Victoria picked at her nails, as though the conversation bored her. "He should be here any minute. Anyway, guess I'll see you both around. Bye, Matt." "It's Max," the kid grumbled as Victoria plodded up the steps in her sky-high heels. She didn't even look behind her as she stepped into the bakery, as though she hadn't just torn Bre's heart into pieces with a few words. "I don't know what he ever saw in her. I never actually met her, just saw pictures on his phone." He still had pictures on his phone of them? How often had they been meeting? She'd given him the out he needed when Victoria came into town the last time, and he hadn't taken it. Did he really feel that much responsibility for her and her illness he'd shackle himself to her when he really loved Victoria? Was he that good of a liar? Max, do you mind if I drop you at MBWS with Lauren?" "I need to. I have some things to take care of." Bre didn't know what she needed to do, but a long-standing instinct of hers when backed into a corner was to run. She couldn't leave Max alone, but the idea of seeing Hunter right now felt like a knife to her gut in a way the kidney stone never did. "Sure, I can play basketball with the guys." Bre couldn't keep herself together much longer. They'd been getting along so well, settling into life as a little patchwork family. Or so she'd thought. Was he planning to go on a date with Victoria while still married to her? A quick text to Lauren got her the answer she needed, and in the span of 10 minutes, she dropped Hunter off with a bewildered Lauren and sent Max off to play. "Bre, you look pale. Are you feeling okay?" Lauren pulled her phone from her pocket, as though she thought Bre was about to go down again there in the yard of the shelter. "Do I need to call Hunter?" "No." Bre hadn't meant to shout, but Hunter was likely at the bakery with Victoria at that very moment. No, there was only one place she needed to be right then, and it was with the man who'd never let her down. Even in the midst of his greatest battles, losing her grandma and losing himself, he loved her as fiercely as the day she came to live with them. He's having coffee with Victoria." The words tasted sour on her tongue, but they were nothing compared to the expression formed on Lauren's face. "He's what? Why would he do that?" "I don't know, but Max and I ran into her outside the bakery. She told us." She'd also mentioned her hospital stay, something she'd have only known if Hunter told her. It was all too much, threatening to close in on her if she stood there a moment longer. "Listen, Lauren, I've got to go. Text Hunter to pick Max up here, okay?" Lauren nodded, her eyes still narrowed. "Sure, but Bre, you need to talk to him. Victoria isn't the most reliable narrator from what I'm told." "No, probably not, but she'd known about the hospital stay." "Yeah, I'll talk to him." She'd go see Grandpa first. He'd be disappointed she didn't bring Max and Hunter this time, but he'd have to deal with it. They'd all three been to see him multiple times in the last few weeks. Max giggled at the antics of Grandpa's friends and their pickleball games as much as her grandfather did. In fact, the last 2 days had been really good days for Grandpa, so much so Bre dared to hope he might be turning a tide against the disease. She hopped back in her truck and drove back into town, passing the bakery once again as she spotted Hunter entering the building. Well, there it was. Victoria had been telling the truth. How long was he planning to keep up the act? Was it even an act? He'd kissed her at the hospital, and she'd felt like he'd come to care for her. Maybe he was just confused? Hunter had too much love to give to be tied to someone when he loved someone else. It wasn't fair. Mind made up, Bre sped the whole way to Grandpa's facility, desperate for a hug from the man who'd been the only father she'd ever known. She needed to feel his weathered hand in hers, his reassurance everything would turn out all right. His reminders the Lord had things well in hand. The moment she pulled into the parking lot at Grandpa's facility, her heart dropped at the sight of the funeral home vehicle parked out front. Oh, how awful. Someone's family had just been informed their loved one passed away, or maybe they'd yet to be informed. She parked and got out of her truck, pausing respectfully while they wheeled the body out on a trolley contained in a large black bag. Bre took a deep breath, knowing one day that would be Grandpa in one of those, the whole thing putting her current troubles into perspective. At least, they did until Katie followed the trolley out the door with tears streaming down her face. Bre, you got my messages. I'm so sorry, honey. Messages? Bre had left her phone, somewhere. Probably in the truck, but she always kept it on silent when she was spending time with Max. What do you mean? Katie's face paled. Oh, Bre, we've been trying to call you for 3 hours. Your grandpa went down for a nap after lunch and didn't wake up. He's gone, honey. He's with Jesus and your grandma now. Bre's entire world stopped spinning. The axis she'd used as her touchstone for 2 decades was currently being gently loaded into the back of the vehicle. But no, that can't be him. She knew she spoke through sobs, but it didn't even matter. He was doing so well the last few days. It's common for patients to get a sort of surge of energy in their last few days. I hoped that wasn't what this was, but it was his time. Katie pulled her into a hug, rubbing her back as Bre trembled in the woman's arms. Can I call someone for you? Hunter, maybe? Suddenly, the reason she'd come here in the first place came crashing down on her like a tidal wave, threatening to knock her to the ground. No, don't call. I've got to go. For the second time that day, the weight of it all was too much. Heedless of Katie shouting after her, Bre ran back to her truck and jerked the thing in reverse. Grandpa was dead, and Hunter was on a coffee date with another woman. Tears streaming down her face, Bre drove back in the direction of Reindeer Pass, but not to the place she'd called home for months. No, not even to the shelter. She drove to the place where she'd always hoped to have a wedding if she ever had one, the place she, Hunter, and Max were supposed to go the day she went down due to her kidney stone. The scenic overlook at the national park brought together all the beauty this part of Montana had to offer. It made her feel small, something a little girl turned young woman with big problems needed. She'd been able to see it from her grandparents' small farm when she was younger, and standing on top of it had always felt like she was on top of the world. Falling to her knees, Bre shouted as she had as a small child standing next to her grandfather as he held her. She sobbed for the pain of losing him, the pain of losing the only real family she had left. I love you more than the stars in the sky, Grandpa, she ground out with shuddering breaths as the weight of the world felt far too big, more than all the flowers of a spring field. Well, where did she go? Hunter paced back and forth in the yard at MVW's as Max played basketball with Eli and Lauren's boys. Lauren had called him and told him what had happened between Victoria and Bre, or at least as much as Bre had shared with her. Do you think she went to visit her grandfather? Probably, Lauren said. She bit her lip, quiet as Hunter's phone buzzed in his pocket. Hang on, maybe it's her. The caller ID said it was Edgar's memory care facility, but why would they be calling him? Maybe Bre had lost her phone? Hello, this is Hunter Banks. Hey Hunter, this is Katie, Edgar's nurse at the facility. Listen, I know I may be overstepping, but since you paid the last bill, we had your information. Edgar passed away this morning, and Bre arrived as we were wheeling him out. Hunter's heart dropped. What? How could all that have happened without us being notified? Forget Victoria. Losing her grandfather would send Bre into a spiral no matter how well she'd been doing lately. We tried, but her phone kept going to voicemail. She pulled up, and she looked upset when she arrived. I didn't want to tell her, but I had to. She kind of froze for a minute, started crying, then jumped back in her truck and drove away again. Stomach turning over with the possibilities of what might have happened, Hunter barely ground out the next words. You don't have any idea where she was going? She didn't say. I'm sorry, I thought you should know. Thanks, Katie, he said as Lauren tried Bre's cell again. I'll talk to the funeral home tomorrow morning and get settled up for arrangements. Let me know if she comes back, okay? Lauren's eyes went wide at his words, pressing the phone to her ear once more. No answer, apparently, because she brought it back down a moment later. Her grandpa died? Where would she have gone? I might say home, but not if she thinks I have something going with Victoria. Hunter stopped cold, remembering the conversation they'd had at the hospital about the place she felt God most clearly. I know where she went. Can you guys watch Max for a while? Of course, Jeff replied as Lauren tried Bre's number again. Keep us updated. I will. Hunter ran back to his SUV and prayed with eyes wide open as he started it up. Lord, help me find her. She doesn't need to be alone in all this. As he drove, peace settled over his heart. She wasn't alone. She never had been. Not as a scared little kid in foster care, and not as a broken young woman with a chronic disease and a sick grandfather. She'd not been alone then, and she wasn't alone now. Still, he drove as fast as he safely could to reach the scenic overlook, eager to wrap his arms around the woman he'd fallen in love with. There, as the sun set over the valley below, the brilliant pinks and purples setting the backdrop for a person to get on their knees and experience the presence of their creator, knelt Bre. Her long brown hair cascaded down her back in loose waves, her frayed jeans and t-shirt the same ones she'd been wearing that morning when he left to take Max to school. She knelt there as though she was praying, shoulders shaking with every sob. Guide me, Lord, he whispered as he moved slowly towards her. At this time of year, no one else was around, her truck the only other one in the parking lot. Guide us both. Chapter 17. Bre sensed Hunter's presence before she even smelled the sandalwood cologne he wore as he knelt beside her. Lauren called you? Her voice was so nasally due to all the tears. Her face had to be swollen and splotchy, but she couldn't have cared less. She did, and then Katie called me. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, much the same way he had that day outside the hospital. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Did she even have the energy to address the Victoria situation? No, not really, but something gnawed at her, demanding to know the truth. Did you go out with Victoria today? Have you been in touch with her all this time? Hunter sighed and pulled out his phone. No, not a chance. He scrolled through his missed calls, most of them from Victoria over the last few weeks. Then he moved to his text messages, scrolling all the unanswered texts he had from her. I accidentally answered the phone the day you got home from the hospital. Jeff and Lauren were there, but she called from a number I didn't recognize since I wouldn't answer the rest of her calls. I told her you'd just come home, and that's the only reason she knew. I saw you going into the coffee shop. Why she even cared, she couldn't even say, but before she could allow herself to fall apart in his arms yet again, she had to know the truth. It was as though her body refused to do so until it had the facts. She was already there. And why did Max know who she was because of pictures on your phone? Do you still have them? He rolled his eyes, his frustration clear. She'd come into the office a few minutes before, and my assistant, Agnes, told her I'd gone to run a couple of errands, but she'd tell me she stopped by. Victoria told her she was an old friend and wanted to surprise me. And just so you know, I haven't had pictures of her on my phone in months, but Max wanted to see some of my photos from overseas work soon after I met him. I still had some then, so I guess his memory's better than I realized. Her voice caught, but she forced herself to carry on. And you really didn't tell her you would meet her at the bakery? No, Hunter said emphatically. She told my assistant Agnes she was a friend, so Agnes told her I'd be going to the bakery after I left the bank to get some of the new apple turnovers for you and Max. Apple turnovers. The very dessert they'd gone to get themselves after Max got out of school. So she went there to wait for you? She did. You can ask Hannah and Sarah. Both of them were working when I went in. I told Victoria she was welcome to stay in town as long as she liked, but I wouldn't be spending time with her now or ever. It was only then Lauren called me and told me what she'd said to you. The truth washed over her like a bomb in the midst of her heartbreak. She shifted to face him, there on the grassy clearing soon to be covered in snow. So this is real? This thing with you and me? That kiss in the hospital. Was it real? It was on my end, sweetheart. I know you're reeling right now, and I'm so sorry about your grandfather. I promise there's not a moment in my day when I'm thinking about her and wishing I could be with her. You are the one I think about. You are the one I want to be with. Bre nodded, too exhausted to feel embarrassed for how she'd jumped to conclusions. I want to talk to Grandpa when I thought you'd been seeing Victoria. He always made me feel better about things. Talking about Grandpa in the past tense felt wrong, like a part of her was missing. When I got there, Katie told me. The sobs began again, and this time her heart apparently felt safe to fall apart. Hunter gently shifted her until she was curled up on her side in the grass with her head in his lap as he stroked her hair and ran his hand up and down her arm. They stayed like that long past sunset while she cried and let the pain of losing Grandpa flow from her eyes and onto the ground. She'd carry the man with her forever, the same way she carried Grandma in her heart every single day. Hunter didn't say anything as she cried, only made his presence known with gentle touches that anchored her to the world around her. Finally, when the night had begun to grow chilly, Bre realized goosebumps had risen on her arms. "Sweetheart," he said softly as he stroked her cheek. "It's getting cold. Do you want to go home? We can stay here all night, but at least let me get a blanket from my car so you don't get too chilled." "No," she said as she started to sit up. Her head pounded with the torrent of tears she'd cried over the last hour or so, her eyes burning with the salt of her tears. "Let's go home. Where's Max?" "He stayed with Lauren and her boys. I told her we'd play it by ear, and I'd come pick him up if it wasn't too late. If you want, we can go home, and you can curl up in bed and shut out the world. Or we can go get Max and let him stay up way too late eating whatever junk food we get from the store and watch one of your favorite animal movies." "Not Marley and Me," she said with a watery chuckle. "I can't do that one tonight. I was thinking more homeward bound. A little less traumatizing." That sounded perfect, honestly. This little patchwork family they'd created wasn't perfect, but it was the only one she wanted around her while she began to think about what life might look like without Grandpa in it. "Let's do it, but first I need to go by the shelter and get a couple of things done." Lauren texted her earlier and told her she'd let all the dogs out and filled all the bowls, but Bre hadn't responded. She'd barely been able to breathe, much less text anyone back. Before she'd gone to pick up Max that afternoon, the vet had been in to check out one of their new kittens who needed deworming. She'd not had a chance to tell Lauren about it, but she wanted to check on the poor little thing since they were now staying at the shelter overnight rather than needing bottles. "You got it, sweetheart. Ice cream and movies it is." "She looks like she's resting well," Bre said as she peeked into the cat room at the little white kitten who'd fallen asleep on a pillow. "I think she should pull through just fine." Hunter placed his hands on her shoulders. It had been an emotional roller coaster of an afternoon. He'd been so angry at Victoria he saw red, but then he'd learned about Edgar's passing. It all felt like too much for the woman before him. Still, she'd fallen apart and put herself back together time and time again. In the beginning of this marriage, he'd admittedly had the hero complex Jeff and Max always teased him about. They weren't wrong, but if he'd ever thought Bre weak, he was sorely mistaken. She was a warrior, one who'd taken everything life threw at her in stride and used it to grow her faith and channel her passion for helping the vulnerable. Let me just check on the dogs really quick, and we can head over to get Max. It was already 8 o'clock at night, as they'd stayed on the mountaintop for a while, but Hunter couldn't care less. He'd keep Max home from school tomorrow if they stayed up too late, but Bre needed this. Honestly, after the ride they'd been on that afternoon, so did he. Chapter 18. The crisp November air had a rejuvenating effect on Bre as she leaned over the rail on the back porch of the house she shared with Hunter and Max. Her pecan-roasted coffee with hazelnut creamer steamed, and she wrapped her thick sweater tighter around her. It had snowed the night before, and the whole town looked like a winter wonderland bathed in the twinkling sparkles she'd come to cherish in her time in Montana. It was home, and so was Hunter. Today was a big day for the family, the one when Max's adoption would be finalized at the very same courthouse where she and Hunter had gotten married. They'd had his case transferred a few months back, and the courts in Reindeer Pass had managed to move things along a little quicker. Max couldn't wait to be officially a Banks, but Bre had to admit she understood. Hunter Banks was one of the good ones, the best one in her estimation. These past few months, especially since the fire, they'd settled into family life in a way only those who've had a brush with tragedy could do. They didn't take each other for granted, understanding how fragile life could be. The Lord had blessed their marriage despite its unconventional start, and what had once been a foundation of convenience and desperation had turned into one of love rooted in the Lord's love for them. The back door opened, and Hunter stepped out onto the porch. "You're not cold out here?" He held a thick blanket in his hands, his own sweater acting as a jacket for the time being. Bre grinned, shaking her head. "No, I enjoy the cold. I'm out here thinking about how far the Lord has brought us, how far He's brought our family. Sounds like David's prayer in 2 Samuel. Who am I, O Lord God, and who is my family, that you have brought me this far? It's one I've been thinking about as well lately." Hunter wrapped his arms around her, the blanket tossed onto the chair she'd vacated. The coffee steamed before her as she took another sip, relishing the luxury and hoping she never took it for granted. How long they stood there, his arms holding her tightly to his chest, she had no idea. "What time do we need to be at the courthouse?" 10 o'clock, so we still have some time. Hunter stepped back, his absence leaving her back far colder than it had been a moment before. "Bre," he said, "turn around." Whatever she expected, it wasn't Hunter down on one knee on the back porch. His smile was wide, though his eyes held the slightest bit of hesitation. "I know we're already married, so you may think this is silly, but I want you to have everything you've ever wanted. I've kissed you, I've held you in my arms, but I want more with you. I want a real marriage with you, one where we grow old together, and you drive me absolutely crazy by your desire to do everything yourself. I want to annoy you with my hero complex, but I want to be the one who takes care of you for the rest of our lives. More than that, I want us to grow towards the Lord together. I want Max to be the oldest of our children, whether we adopt due to your lupus or have them the old-fashioned way." He winked, and Bre felt the tears sting her eyes. Before she could speak, he continued, "I love you, Bre, more than I ever imagined I could. We've quite literally been through the fire, but there's no one else I want by my side for all the days to come. Will you marry me again? We can do it at the scenic overlook, right at sunset if you want." Unable to stop the tears that kept her from seeing his face or the ring he held in his hand, Bre bobbed her head up and down. "Yes, 1,000 times yes. I'll marry you again, and this time our family can all be there. Everyone but Grandma and Grandpa, the two pieces of her heart who'd gone on to heaven before her. They'd forever be in her memories, forever part of her in every step she took and every piece of life she lived. I love you too, Hunter Banks." He stood, sweeping her up into his arms and lowering his lips to hers. He only pulled back to slide the ring onto her hand and kiss the finger it adorned. "What do you say, Mrs. Banks? Are you ready to get Max and head to the courthouse? We got a head start on forever, but I can't wait to see what the rest of it holds." A little over an hour later, the two of them stood before the judge with Max as the man declared them a family. All three of them cried, and even the judge teared up a little at the sight of the three of them wrapped in a tight hug. Max looked adorable in his little suit, the one he'd insisted on wearing into the courtroom as he'd seen Hunter's typical dress code. "Hey, Dad, can we go eat lunch at the bakery after this?" Max vibrated on his heels, and Bre's breath caught at the realization it was the first time he'd called Hunter Dad. To celebrate, I mean. There was no way Bre could have spoken through the lump in her throat, but Hunter did with a bit of a croak. "2 steps ahead of you, buddy. We've got a surprise for you outside." Max's eyes widened, and the three of them stepped onto the snowy courthouse steps to find everyone who'd become their family in the months and years prior. All wrapped up and tears flowing down many of their cheeks, those from Reindeer Pass and beyond stood at the bottom of the steps with signs, balloons, and even noisemakers. Jace and Hannah both held balloons, Jace cheering for the new family through cupped hands while Hannah gently stroked her belly through what Bre assumed were hormone-induced sobs. Micah and Sarah held a sign that said, "Welcome home, Max," while Robert and Felicity's daughter, Annie, held a pair of hand clappers beside them. Chris and Kayla stood next to Gloria, Sophia, and Eli, all 5 of them clapping and cheering at the top of their lungs. Hunter had managed to win Gloria's case handily over her ex-husband, and he'd remain behind bars until after Sophia graduated from high school. Cam and Harper held pom-poms, as did Max's former foster parents, John and Kara. His social worker, Lee, had been inside the courtroom with them, but now took her place next to their found family. "Thank you all," Hunter said as he swept Max up into his arms. "We couldn't be more thankful for every single one of you, for family in blood and in those we choose." His eyes darted to where his mother and stepfather had gathered next to Jeff, Lauren, and her boys. They'd been traveling for Thanksgiving, but Bre looked forward to getting to know the woman who had raised such wonderful men over Christmas. "Now, the boy says he wants to eat at the bakery for lunch, and I imagine we can make that happen." Hannah nodded furiously through her sobs as her husband laughed and pulled her close to his side. "Becca's got everything ready for us already, just waiting for the party to start." As the new family descended the courthouse steps, Lauren's eyes flew to Bre's finger. "Is that a ring?" The woman's own ring sparkled on her finger, the one Jeff had given her in November as they began to plan their summer wedding. Harper and Cam had gone back to his family ranch in Alabama in October, marrying there surrounded by his family in a small but sweet ceremony. As for Chris and Kayla, Bre suspected the woman would have a ring by Christmas, and Sarah's slightly green demeanor told Bre she likely wasn't far behind her friend, Hannah, in adding to their brood. Becca, the bakery owner whom both Sarah and Hannah worked for, would have her hands full over the next year, but that seemed to be the way of things in Reindeer Pass. As they all made their way down the street to the bakery, Max walked with the 3 boys who'd already become his cousins, and Hunter wrapped his arm around her shoulders. The mountain loomed in the background, a beacon of the promise of hope despite all the circumstances threatening their peace. "Thank you for being everything I ever dreamed of and more," Hunter said with a kiss to her hair. Bre turned her head to face the man who'd started as a crush, moved forward as her hero, but had now become a partner in life, love, and faith. "Right back at you." Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed, I promise you, please click the button to subscribe to my channel and leave a comment.